Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and we are here for our interim county administrator update with Tom Gaines.
Good morning, commissioners. I'll start this with, I'm still trying to find the best way to ensure that the board is getting timely and accurate information. It's important to me that you maintain a good pulse on what's happening across your departments. I had a great idea for automating some of this, but it didn't work as expected, I found out this week. So I'm going to continue to work on it, find the right groove, and get you the accurate information so that you can either follow up or direct me to follow up, etc. So I'm trying to make sure that you get the information you need. This week at WASAC, I asked the county administrator for Clallam how they perform their budget process, and he's invited me out to meet his budget and finance team. It was a good discussion, and considering I fully intend to upend the budget process next year and do it different, I need some good examples, and they've done a great job, not just getting theirs done in a timely manner, but also involving the public. They've had a lot of really great public turnout for their budget meetings. So I don't know if we'll ever get that, but it was really interesting to hear his take on it and what they did. So I'll be taking them up on that and likely traveling over there sometime in December. I'm going to meet with them and Grace Harbor because they're also doing something similar. And I'm aligned well with their county administrators. So also the of interest, I guess, is the chief operating officer of Asotin County. I had a great lengthy discussion with her at WASAC that covered a multitude of areas. We're supposed to go down, or I'm supposed to go down and visit their new jail. And it's going to be a good opportunity for me to talk to them about their budget process. She runs the whole thing. And we had an interesting discussion about assessors, treasurers, and getting those numbers correct and best way to get those numbers and present them to the board. So it's they moved to PACS. They're having issues with the TIF, and it seems that
Imagine that.
Yeah, it seems that there's some coordination going on there. County leaders itself, just an update. Obviously Kevin and Rob were there. It was just okay. The attendance was super low, which was disappointing. I'd hoped for a few more conversations with various commissioners. I wanted to get together with Lewis County, and I ended up not getting together with Lewis County to talk about jail healthcare stuff. The county administrators meeting only had a few representatives from Skagit, Asotin, Benton, Chelan, Jefferson, me, and then Curtis from WASAC, a representative from MRSC. And the discussion was mainly about budgets and what people were doing and meeting schedules for the upcoming legislative session, but it was a really light agenda and kind of lackluster. I've been asked by Derek Young to try and get an IT affiliate group restarted at WASAC, which I'm happy to do, and I think is a great idea. It would be valuable. I'd also like to see the clerks of the board back at WASAC instead of them having a separate conference. I think it'd be better if they were there with everybody else.
The reason was, Barb can help answer that. They used to go with us, but because of the cost for the clerks, they just couldn't afford to do it.
But they still do it. They just do it somewhere else at a different time of the year. So I don't understand that.
Barb, can you jump in? I think the participation cost, I think it's a little steep. We pay quite a bit per person to go there to WASAC.
We just pay a membership fee to WASAC. It's not based on how many people actually go to WASAC, because we pay individually. We have a member cost to go.
Yeah, is that like $350, $450?
I don't think it was that much. I don't think it was that much for me to go to WASAC. I'll verify.
Barb, you want to jump in?
Absolutely. What it was is that a lot of other counties, unfortunately, the commissioners did not value the attendance of the clerks. So clerks were unable to attend because of the cost and the participation. So the clerks went out on their own, where we go to county seat, where we get free room and, discounts on hotels like WASAC, but we get free training, we get free, we use the courthouse, their meetings room, which are free. So that has increased the participation. And that's been about, 10, 15 years ago that we've split. But it's an unfortunate thing, Tom, that some commissioners just don't value the clerk's attendance there.
Yeah, and that's too bad, because all of those things that you mentioned are all available you know, wherever it is, whether it's Tacoma next year or at the Davenport, there's plenty of meeting space. You know,
Right.
it's all part of the conference, so it doesn't change the cost we pay. So it's, you know, yeah. And I would imagine, you know, once a year, everybody traveling to a county seat somewhere, you've got the same issues. I mean, it can't be that much of a savings. So it's surprising to me. But anyway, I'm going to continue to work on the, if that's something you guys want me to look into or no, that's okay. I will look into the IT group. I think that's really valuable. There was a group that used to be a part of it, and it broke off and became its own group. And then it became, I guess, a lot of counties dropped out. I don't want to say political. I don't want to say divisive. I don't know what the problem was. The former IT director here wanted us to be a part of it, but when we spoke with other IT directors, they said they wanted nothing to do with it. They didn't like the personalities. They didn't like the direction they were going. It just, you know, so it wasn't, the group still exists. I just don't know how often they really get together. I think if all the IT directors got together at WASAC, that'd be a good idea. And also I had, what do you think about this idea? I had a discussion over the weekend with Hunter Abel from the 7th. We're talking insurance, right? He wants to attack this in legislative session, or we want him to. And I mentioned he was asking what county leaders was. He hadn't heard of it. And I said, oh, it's a conference for, you know, you have representatives from all 39 counties getting together. And to me, it would be a great place for him to show up. I go, you know, for your district, for the 7th, you could have all those county commissioners in the same place at one time. You could address all of them. He thought that was a brilliant idea. He wants to do that next year. I told him it was in Tacoma, so he was going to reach out to his counties. Is that something you guys think would be valuable if Tom and Judy and Alex were to show up to do some kind of update with all of their district commissioners, their various commissioners? I could work on that as well. I think it'd be a good idea. Thoughts? Anything?
My thoughts are that they've been around long enough. If they wanted to do that, they would do that. My initial thoughts.
Yeah.
Obviously, any updates are good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll ask. I think it's easy enough to set up. I mean, you just tell Curtis or Derek we want to do this, and they give it to their folks at WASAC, and it just becomes part of their setup. It's just the communication on the front end to make sure everybody's on board. So
Yeah, I think if
I'll
they
see what
got
I
the
can do
invite,
there.
They would show up, at least one or.
well,
one
you'd
of
think
them.
they'd want to if you had not just, you know, 3 county commissioners from Grant, you know, no disrespect, but you had commissioners from, you know, all of their counties that they cover. That would be a great opportunity to speak to all of those leaders in one spot,
Yeah.
you know, and hear from all of them. So,
Yakima County has Grant,
Yeah.
and don't we grow part of Douglas?
Mhm.
Or is it,
I
it
believe,
wasn't Lincoln, they switched it? I'll have to look at the map, because they've made a few changes and they kind of went back.
I'll work on that. I was a speaker at County Leaders. I think, Rob, what do we have? 8 people?
Maybe more.
Maybe 8 to 10? It
I
wasn't.
think it's like 10 or 12.
Yeah. It was good though. It was
It
good.
was a
So,
field. Meetings like
Douglas
that.
County was there, Walla Walla County was there, Grace Harbor was there. They appreciated it. Come to
And you
find
said
out.
Yakima wasn't there.
No, no. It was a really low attendance. It was, I mean,
Very low
yeah,
compared to last year.
frighteningly low. Yeah. So, which was too bad. We had a disgruntled member of the public. I don't know what he was angry about, if he'd just gotten out of jail or what, but he was wandering around the first floor of the courthouse, and then he took a rock out of his pocket through the front door. Broke all the glass out on Friday, pulled the fire alarm. And then security guards went out and they didn't grab him, but they stopped him and they escorted him back in, and he walked with them right back to the jail where he was put in custody. So I don't know if he just wanted to go back to jail.
Yeah, he wanted to go back to jail.
Okay.
So he pulled the fire alarm. That didn't do anything. So he threw a rock through the glass. Then they walked him back there. He went back to jail. Still was there yesterday.
Yeah.
Happy.
So we're working on getting that glass replaced. Anyway, with that, I'll start going into some of the departments. So solid waste, Obviously, we saw both Andy and Joan at County Leaders. They were there all weekend, or all week. I'm assuming that they had good meetings. And most of the job descriptions that they were required to review for compensation connections are complete. Their top priorities are phase 4 final approval is needed to start filling that last cell with refuse, and their notice of construction is underway. That's an internal review by them, but I have that marked for follow-up. So I want to know more about what that is. And they said after reviewing the renewal of AOP, department may need to update SEPA area of. I don't know what AOP is. I need to follow up on that and start asking department heads not to use quite so many acronyms until I learn what they are. Yeah, bless you. And then the PA's office needs to finish the review of their strata agreement, which is their water monitoring contractor. And the Department of Ecology is proposing changes to the cleanup grant, and they need comments by December 14th, and I want to follow up on that. So August 28th, they sent the Paradigm software agreement to the PA's office. They still have not heard back from Michigan. And that's for solid waste, as I did not get an update from John Brissy this week, so I need to follow up and see if there's anything about West Shore or Stratford ongoing. So risk management, Blair is still working on organizing property and vehicles insurance under correct departments and offices, developing insurance premium allocations for 2026. That's an ongoing conversation. Distributing insurance cards for all the vehicles, processing WCRG insurance claims. Talked a little bit about insurance at Wasac. I didn't, we met with our WCRG folks, and they to me, kind of played it off as there's nothing they can do, and it wasn't as bad as others. I spoke to some other county administrators. Last year, Benton County's increase was 35% through WCRP. Others had really high insurance markups. And I met with WCRP. They were at breakfast with me and WCRG. And they, both kind of, to me, were flipping about it. Nothing we can do, just pay it, It's like, no. So something has to be done. I think the only way we can affect it is legislatively. I think they're just rolling with the punches, and it's just getting past counties. I think it's really poor. So it makes it hard for us to grow and be efficient, or be efficient at providing services. I guess, one of the things we'll have to add that to PMR. We'll have to ask WCRP or WCRG and say, hey, so what are the tiers for hiring people? If you tell me that, we had a 14% increase because we increased our employee base, right, by 50 employees. What is that mark? What is that tier? Now we have a new metric we have to think of in PMR as we're hiring people throughout the year, because our insurance company is deciding, based on the number of people we hire, they're going to increase our premiums. But we don't know what that number is. So every year it's going to be this surprise, unless they tell us what it is. So more coming up on that. So Blair is also still completing Excel worksheets for department office vehicles insured with WCRG. And he's still addressing GP access issues email. And I got to follow up on that because I don't understand why he's having issues there. Brett over in public defense made an offer to a 50% contractor to come in-house. The offer was accepted and he starts today. So I'd like to go down and find out who that is and meet him. His top priorities are management, negotiating and renewing certain contracts for 2026. And he's trying to understand the budget process and reconcile issues between accounting and their records. I have that marked for follow-up as well. He's navigating the evolving climate and county procedure and statewide indigent defense standards, to which, they had a 2-hour panel on indigent defense at county leaders, and it was pretty much a rehash of everything we already knew. There wasn't anything new that came out. It was just more of a bunch of people commiserating.
So I'm going to jump back. I'm looking for an email I did. Robert Brockovich. He was over the public defense when we had the Grant County versus, what was it, lawsuit for indigent defense. I'm just drawing a blank. Anyway, he did send a letter. I will go ahead and forward it to you. All three commissioners received this, but he was on the panel that kind of put forward the best lawsuit. Anyway, he has some concerns, so I'll forward this to you. And
Yeah,
I did
that'd
forward
be
it to
great.
Decorah over the weekend.
That'd be great. I'd love to see it. So they're, he's having difficulty contracting with attorneys, given the new caseload requirements coupled with ongoing PERS designation issues. So, and I know that that is in work and he's waiting on some information there. Contract negotiations for provision of services for Superior Court, making significant changes to avoid full-time classifications. He's still waiting on that decision. I know that he's been working with PAO's office, and I have that one follow up. To renew, so he's got his dates wrong. The Quincy office renovation on track for completion by December 1st. Progress photos show excellent results. He did not share those photos with me. He's got a meeting scheduled for November 26th at 9 a.m. in Quincy to address crisis patient situation at Quincy Hospital. His partners in that include the hospital, Quincy Police Department, and the Grant County Sheriff's Office. We know that the finance director submitted the resignation effective November 20th. We met with the finance team to reinforce stability during that transition, but I've got that marked for follow-up because we've still got ongoing questions there and things we want to address. They're struggling with budget development process, and it was delayed due to the incomplete revenue and expense data from July. Tyler Tech financial software transition. Everything budget we're following up on. We've already discussed that. The finance team is collaborating with department leads and county accounting to ensure the data accuracy as they try and make sure that their numbers are correct. And the department managers and supervisors have initiated unionization efforts, coordinating with human resources and labor attorneys to ensure proper procedures. And I've got that marked for follow-up. They're not looking for any decisions by the board, and they don't have any income deadlines. Moving to the fairgrounds, Jim's got 2 items listed on Gov Deals: a 383 tractor with a $2,000 reserve bid. It's currently at $1,969, and the milking parlor equipment with a $500 minimum reserve, and he's got no bids on that. They plan to clean out the milking parlor over winter and potentially tear down the building in the spring. I'm not sure what his plans are to do anything to put it in its place. He's noting that they're considering the relocation of Mary Ellen's Garden to an area near the Red Gate behind the Democrat booth. That would be, I'm not sure why. Has he shared with the board what he's planning to do out there? What he wants to expand that area? A lot of that was donated. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's a nice little garden. It's a nice little spot, but maybe it's underutilized or ignored or trashed.
Maybe he's worried about when they tear that building down, that
Yeah.
maybe he's got plans for that area.
So, and I need to follow up with him on this, when we were doing our budget meetings and he brought in that storage container, and you were going to ask, so that went from, it was $2,800 to, oh no, it's $5,000 to, I don't want to, maybe we'll just get one. Now I don't want any of those. Now I want a shed.
Well, I checked into those prices and
But he doesn't even want one now.
they're very expensive.
So I'm really glad.
That's probably why.
I got back to the office and Vanessa and I went through some finances on what we had left over on capital projects. We had some money. So I said, yeah, if that's the price, it's $2,800, then you can go out and buy one. And he said, yeah, okay, I'm going to go do it. And then these emails started going back and forth. And it was like, what do you want? So
I think you probably found that they're very expensive. They're not $2,800.
I'm well beyond that too. I don't know what I want to do for storage. So anyway, so I have to get back. So his note to me was he's exploring a storage solution, including wall installation and building to create a separate storage space or purchase a 12 by 28 hickory shed, approximately $12,000 for event equipment.
So
we've gone from $2,800 to $12,000.
So why couldn't the guys build the shed?
Well, the
Good idea.
milking parlor, that could be used as storage. I don't know if it's a concrete building.
Well, it's not, no, that's
It is
not
a
a good
little
building
odd.
because it's got the
Does it
trough,
have a
it's got a
ramp?
big concrete shelf and big step up in it, and it's, yeah, I mean, that was purpose built for the milking parlor, and you can't really use it for anything else, so. That thing's been on the chopping block for a number of years, whether it was, and then it was all fixed up, what, 2 years ago they used it?
Yeah.
I don't know that they used it last year,
I don't think so.
so, yeah. A little bit of a mess. Future considerations include tearing down the old sign booth, the blue booth, while keeping power for vendor use, installing a pad for vendor access. The old sign booth, the blue booth. He's not talking about the blue ticket cake. He's talking about, I'm gonna have to find, I gotta follow up on that. I know what he's talking about.
Well,
Current,
Tom, I'm just gonna,
Yeah.
in the past, we've had like a committee, kind of an overall vision of what is needed and wanted. And I feel like maybe we need to go back there because we kind of bounce around like this year we're gonna do this, no, we're gonna do that.
like a storage
And then
solution?
all of a sudden, we are working on something that we really, it's kind of a, we gotta hurry and do this. So maybe,
The Fair Advisory Committee is just for fair, right?
no, but we used to have a building, like
Yeah, we
fair
used to have.
facilities.
Well, because when you had the bond, you had that fair bond back before I
We
started.
got rid of the fair facilities
Yeah,
committee, maybe in 2015,
yeah.
2018, 15.
Maybe we need to consider that again.
He still puts the groups together anytime he's looking at doing anything.
Yeah, well, that's good.
You've been at them when he
Yeah.
presents
Yeah.
on plans.
So anyway, a few things to follow up on there. The fire marshal, he's working daily to rebuild the fire marshal's office capabilities to provide effective community risk reduction. His top priorities are plan review for suppression systems of new large frame aircraft hangar at Port of Moses Lake. He's got challenges with budget constraints and staffing limitations. I don't know if that's legit or just a dig at the past process when only one person was authorized to be hired. He's planning on delivering a fee schedule update for the June code adoption. That's ongoing, and inspection of the CRR program. It's developing and ongoing. So resource requests, he's getting, we did have a kickoff call with Merchant McIntyre on Friday. And then I have a list of dates for them to have meetings with department heads. Nathan is one of them because apparently there is some federal grant opportunities for his office. So he's going to get to meet with these folks and see if there's opportunity there. And legislatively, their priorities include fire code safety, housing availability, and affordability, wildland fire mitigation, and wildland urban interference, or interface. I'm sorry, I can't read this morning. Sprinkler and suppression codes, state fire marshal's office and fire services deliveries, and fire code safety and other directly legislated proposals, which we expect to have quite a few. And then moving on to youth services, October 2025, Chelan County provided care for 24 Grant County juveniles, totaling 349 care days with an average daily population of 11.26. It's their highest since contracting began in 2018. The total cost just for October was $63,487. Quarterly, their ADP, the average daily population difference assessment of 4.4 at $181 per day will be reconciled by January 15th. She added for comparison, September 2024, they had 21 juveniles, 245 care days with an average daily population of 7.9. And that was 42,446. So there's been a lot of changes. That's a lot. The current population as the report date, Chelan County facilities holding 9 county juveniles. Charges range from assault for domestic violence to murder first degree with varying custody lengths from 3 to 797 days. And all juveniles have had bail set. As far as their courts, offender division, 179 active cases, with 84 cases classified as diversion. Truancy, 53 active petitions, 50 stays, and then 0 stays filled, 0 stays lifted, 0 contempt orders, 8 dismissed cases for the school year 2025 to 2026. Under dependency, they have 176 active cases total. 129 of those are assigned to staff, 46 delegated to volunteers, and 1 is actively monitored. And she continues to have biweekly meetings with Chelan County to address emerging issues. Any questions on those before I ask for an executive session to talk about personnel discipline?
No, just that it's way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are big numbers.
Kids are busy.
If those numbers stay up like that, is it worth having our own here if it's that high?
No, what was our budget when we closed down? I want to say it was close to 2 million.
I could go
2
back and
million.
find those. It
It
was a
was
lot.
because you have to have a multitude of people there. You have to have your cooks that are there, even if you only have one person. You've got to have, you can't just have one person spending the, staying there. It was excessive.
It was a lot.
I want to say we laid off 22 people when we did
I
that.
thought it was more than that.
Could have been more than that.
I
But
thought it was
I want to say it was,
closer to 30. And I know my concern from the facility standpoint at the time was, okay, so we're gonna close off half this building, and if we ever started this up again, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, it was gonna be a pretty substantial lift financially to get that building ready to house juveniles again, because it's not to code. It's not, we spent, luckily it was insurance money, but we spent $1 million just fixing that building when it sank. And we removed a ton of asbestos. So we fixed the building, but doesn't mean it's necessarily ready for juveniles. The kitchen would have to be,
and you have
looked at.
females and male. It was high, the cost too.
Yeah, and I could go back and find the
I thought it was
data,
like
because I know at that time,
I have a budget book. I can probably look in one of my old budget books.
well, we did
and-
too,
Okay.
that we outsourced the custodial crew at the same time. And that was all done in that same budget year. And it was big. That was, our savings on the custodial crew on the first year was $350,000. And then it went up from there. But I know youth services, it was huge. It was a big deal.
We can still look at it, but yeah, it was.
I can go back and find those numbers on it.
Just have some individuals that are probably going to stay with us till they turn 18.
Well, and one of the things we did find out about that was there was a lack of oversight at youth services at that time. We discovered after the fact. So anyway, with that, I'd like to go into an executive session to speak about personnel disciplinary.
How long?
10 minutes.
Caitlin, the executive session link just told me it was not available.
Randy, aren't you freezing?
Service unavailable.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's
You
no
gonna come
snow
back
on the
in?
ground.
What else you gonna talk about?
Did you see my Facebook post last night?
Oh, it's laser beach. Not
What was your Facebook post, Tom?
all of the services.
That was Oasis last night. Yeah. Just wanted to show that to you. Somebody, no, their propane tanks caught on fire. They were using the dump station and their propane tank started on fire and they burned their car down. It was impressive.
Under the hood, huh?
I guess what they call a total loss.
Yes, it was.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to find your Facebook account.
Well, it was a comment on Source One News.
Oh, okay.
Are we in?
Nope,
Oh,
we don't have any forms.
oh, okay.
out in Quincy on, I guess it's 1 Northwest, there's the old gravel pit,
Mhm.
commercial building on it, like a old shop building. Somebody's busted out the window on that thing. Probably should have somebody go board that thing back up again.
That's one of our buildings?
That was-
Is that a public works building out there? No, but if it's at the pit.
I'll do it.
It's on 1 North, Road 1 Northwest.
You put it out.
10 minutes.
Not a nice one.
Okay, it is 9:01. We will be going into executive session until 9:11 for personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 42.30.1101F. It is 9:11. We are out of executive session.
Any, Kevin or Rob, any feedback from you on County Leaders Conference at all? Any takeaways for you?
Honestly, it seemed like everywhere I went, it was the same, everybody's having the same problems. Budgets, insurance, tort reform, it was everybody. Everybody I talked to was having the same problems.
Anything from you, Rob, on that?
I think there are some good things. I mean, being able to talk to different county engineers was good. That's probably the best thing. That had nothing to do with the conference. That wouldn't have been with them had I not been there. Public defense session was good, but they probably needed like a full day. There was a lot that they couldn't go over.
Yeah.
Because that change coming, obviously we don't really know anything about it, so that was good. Learning about how they're turning Lamrids trying to turn Lamrids into UGAs, that was cool.
How are they doing that?
I don't know, I didn't really all fully
Oh,
understand.
okay. Because we have some.
Chelan
language.
County's doing it. So.
So
maybe
there's difference with a residential and a commercial Lamred.
Yeah, they were doing both.
Okay.
And so was, I don't know what county it is, maybe Lewis County. They were doing it also.
And Jim's in here after me, so he might have some updates on that if he brings Michelle.
So they're turning their Lamred into the UGA.
Yeah. They had to have a certain
Desidera
population.
would love to expand, and they can't.
Chelan County's lady was talking about that, and then whoever Packwood is was talking about what they were doing.
Yeah, and I wasn't in that seminar. I think that was.
I was trying to remember which
Yeah.
I went to.
Yeah. Today, the CSHR is doing a little potluck. I know Blair brought in a smoked turkey. Central Services and Human
Okay, thank
Resources,
you.
yeah, sorry. But I think we're gonna move it to the Grand Coulee Room today for lunch, if you wanna stop by and have a piece of turkey and a little corn on the cob or whatever else. I don't know what everybody was bringing, but I brought corn on the cob, so. But Anyway,
We have a little bit of time. Can I
Yeah.
jump in? Are you done? don't
I
wanna
am
interrupt.
unless you have questions for me.
Beverly Water District, they did, Susan Lowell reached out. They do have an ARPA grant, and I'm CC'd on all the emails. Accounting, I don't know if it's Daryl or the accounting, but they're struggling getting the correct numbers transferred, the correct amount in the right account for them, but not in our department. They would like to do a CBG.
CDBG?
Yeah, grant, and I don't think we have any other applicants. Nobody has reached forward about doing that. So we can only take one applicant a year. It is a lot of paperwork, but that would fall on the desk of Carrie. A lot of oversight.
And that's Beverly Water District?
Mhm. And then the regional diversion program, just want to know, I need to ask if the county.
He's gonna set up a meeting to present to us.
Okay, did you visit with them?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't remember even what that meeting
Okay.
was. AI, I think. utilizing AI in your
We need to make
county.
sure that Dell is in here because,
Yeah,
well, and
totally
Dell
not.
and even the sheriff, because this impacts both Dell and the sheriff, the jail. Thank you, Rob, for setting that up.
I think he was gonna schedule it.
I did find out there was, 2 different TIFs that are out there. I didn't realize there was 2 different TIFs. Spokane County has 6 TIFs that they use as a 3989 account, is what they call it. Another one is 39114 account. I'm assuming that's the port that did that style of TIF.
Ask Missy about that. Are you aware, does Missy go through an accreditation process as our elected assessor?
I don't know.
I would assume so, but I don't.
Well,
know
you don't
that
have to be
for that.
accredited because the sheriff was not accredited. The coroner's office was not accredited. But I think to apply for grants, I believe there's a reason they want to do it.
I guess there was a little brouhaha down there in Asotin as the Asotin County assessor. The Department of Revenue had put on their website that her accreditation had been suspended. And she was pretty upset about that.
So I don't know if they're talking about the accreditation of, like from the state, you know, when you sign on, or like a program that you go through, so that would.
Yeah.
But I know we've had some,
assume she has
coroner and the
training.
sheriff's office has gone through, but I thought it was more for grants, so they had
Maybe so.
an opportunity for grants.
Yeah, Chelan was excited because they updated their UGA area, and then the port swiped it with a TIF.
Chelan,
Well,
Douglas says, oh, Chelan, isn't Chelan on the
The
other side of the
Mallory
river?
side.
Yeah,
Well, that-
so they have a lot of growth. That would be,
Yeah,
that'd be a
they-
hard hit.
she said that as soon as they got UGA going, like then they were like, oh, there's gonna be a lot of development with all the data centers and things. And they swiped it right when it went through, they put the TIF in over it.
That was something that at the few county administrators that were at the affiliate meeting, TIFs came up as something they all needed to understand better because none of them had really been exposed to them and they needed to understand them. Chelan County was one of them. She's like,
Well, all ports are just trying to get money where they can because they
Yeah.
can't create it, most of them on their own.
so that's something I need to shore up on my own end too.
Yeah,
'cause
no, it's new
I
to
haven't-
us too, and it's
Okay.
kind of a taking of some attractive parcels
Yeah.
that bring in a lot of revenue that kind of support other areas. And the hard part is before that infrastructure, you know, the county usually puts that infrastructure in prior to the big developments coming. So the taxpayers are paying for that, and then all of a sudden it's gone. And the taxpayers are without that revenue.
Do you have your lunch with the port commissioners this week? Tomorrow? Yeah. I have, again, not heard, I
Well,
have,
PUD.
I'm sorry, PUD.
I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask again this week, Fallon, to get back to me on the port, or the PUD's response on whether or not they're gonna help us with this roundabout. She has been crickets now every time I've asked. It would be great if y'all wanted to bring that up with the PUD commissioners and say, you know what? We stopped design because you asked us to and redesign it based on your needs, and we did. And now you're crickets, and we're not very happy about it, you know, so, and I've relayed that. So talk to me about being a good community partner.
So why don't you join us tomorrow?
You should.
They bring their manager.
Do they really?
Sometimes, yeah.
Please
Nothing
invite him.
says you can't come.
Well, anyway, so, yeah, I have not heard anything on that. The jail itself is going well. Coroner's office on its way. We got 100% design documents sent to us, and we're reviewing those now. We're going over, so MOPEC is the main player when it comes to autopsy suite equipment. We're currently kind of comparing what we have and can bring with us to what they need to give us new. And some other finer details. And then Leidig will be repricing it again with a lot of the changes. So as a matter of fact, I was going to screenshot the artist conception for you and send it to you on Friday, and then I forgot. I apologize. So, but we do have an artist conception of what the building's going to look like when it's done. So looks pretty good. Looks really good, actually. So, but it's not ornate by any means. So we're trying to save as much
Probably
money
doesn't
as we
need to
can.
be. The town hall meeting, a lot of people were there. Joey, basically, the sheriff, kind of presented what was going on. So probably spent 45 minutes, an hour, just kind of talking about different things. A lot of complaints about MAC dispatch. Is it IRIS, whatever they call it, and they're not sure that their calls get monitored or get passed on because they say that they will. Whatever the drug house was, there was a shooting at last week. They've apparently been calling that house in, and they did, one of the sheriffs did reach out to see, I think there was like 15 calls to that, maybe 7 or 50. Anyway, they said, we personally have called a lot more than that, so you're not getting all the calls that we're getting. So Rob, Joey was gonna bring it to the MAC board meeting, but they had a lot of concerns with MAC, how that was working. And we're like, that's not a county.
All they need is our phone number. They pull up every time they
I
dial
will
the
share
number.
that with you, and they,
So,
I think, are gonna go to
Pretty
public
simple
comment.
fix. I mean, because everybody says, I call them 55 times.
Yeah.
Okay, but MAC, as soon as you dial 911 or non-emergency, your number is recorded, right? That's how they bill wherever you
Well, they're
live.
gonna bring, I
So-
told them I'd share that with you.
But yeah, I mean, he'll be able to get, if Joey wants the number, he could order the numbers, he would already have them.
Yeah,
So,
and we've tested it here, like text to 911 and stuff like that. Every time we've tested it, we've gotten an immediate response.
yeah, I've dialed 911, hung up, and they showed up at my house, so.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues with it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that particular house is,
Anyway, I just,
Call
Rob,
in
they
all
will
the
do that.
time.
and just
I've called it in.
and just out of curiosity, how well is this board informed on what the crime rates are in the various silos of crime, whether it's violent crime, burglaries, petty
They're
theft?
actually down.
How well, so
We
the
haven't
reason
done
I
town
ask
hall
is,
meetings, so we know.
my time with the Deer Park City Council is coming to an end. But one of the things that I have enjoyed with them is these reports I get from the Spokane County Sheriff. And they do a really comprehensive review every month of crime stats across the county. And it's really impressive. It really gives you an idea of what's happening in your county. And I've shown it to the sheriff. I'm like, how come you're not doing this? I know you saw it, and
yeah, I think we talked to Joy a little bit about it here a while back, didn't we?
I was just curious if that's something you wanted me to push for or
They said
see.
it's down. No, that would be nice to see.
But, you know,
Crime reduction team is
that
all.
particular house has been taken care of, because I texted Josh on Friday to ask him if we could just report it up. And he said they were gonna call the owner.
Yeah.
Get a hold of the owner, but
I've got nothing else. If you guys want to take a recess for 7 minutes or what have you before the next one, or unless you've got something.
Randy, do
for
you have
me.
any questions?
Nothing specific.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get caught up on stuff I've missed over the last couple of years. So this is kind of a nice summary. It's helpful. So.
All right, then we'll go into recess until 9:30 when we are back for Development Services Update. Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and we are here for Development Services Update with Jim Anderson Cook, Michelle Mercer, and Derek Beach.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, we have some new team members that I wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to meet, specifically Commissioner Carter. So Commissioner Carter, I'd like to introduce you to Michelle Mercer.
Oh, hello.
Michelle, of course, is our new planning manager, and Derek Beach, our new deputy fire marshal. Both awesome additions to the department and have really helped in the short amount of time that they've been here advance some initiatives that I've been working on that they can help me work on. So last week, obviously, county leaders. So Michelle was out for the bulk of the week, but we still made a lot of progress. We are working on of course, our comprehensive plan update. We've got a big meeting today where we have invited our consultant to come in this afternoon, and we'll be meeting with the cities, our UGA cities for the very first time during this update, where we'll be talking about population allocations. So more to come on that, but we're excited about that. We are wrapping up our, of course, we've been working on the climate element to our comprehensive plan update, and that consultant her work is starting to wind down. And what has come out of that update is they've identified some gaps in our emergency management portion of our current plan. And when Chris was here, he had also seen that there were some opportunities in that plan that he wanted to address within the department. So in front of you is the findings from Kara's work on that emergency management plan. And so with Tom here and the jail quickly coming to the finish, we thought it'd be a good opportunity to put that on the board's radar, that we would like to work with the sheriff's office and update that plan and get these gaps that have been identified worked out and through, so that we can address them in our comprehensive plan, in the formal update of our comprehensive plan. So, and I know Michelle had some thoughts about that as well. So.
Yeah, I know a lot of people kind of wonder why climate change brings up emergency management, but the two go hand in hand. And so through the climate change work, making sure that the county is kind of meeting not just minimum requirements, but also the new requirements that we have to with 1181 with the climate change expectations, I think is really important. I am slowly learning that it's housed in the sheriff's office, which makes for, not direct changes that can be made. We have to partner with an elected office, but I think it's really important to try to start working with them and collaborating on how we can integrate this. As Jim mentioned, the consultant has a lot of opportunities there, whether it's emergency response notifications to the greater public, or even just some of the basic, how are we responding if we do get some sort of natural hazard that happens here, who's organizing that, and those roles and responsibilities.
Yeah, I mean, and Nathan's here now as well, so he can help also testify to the fact that, Chris had read over the plan and people don't even know where to go. And, so departments, were there to be, an emergency, we would be reporting, in Ephrata, in Moses Lake, where, who's doing what. And so it's a real concern. So we just thought that with the jail coming, here opening soon, with a huge, beautiful facility where that is the command center, it would be an awesome time, great opportunity to finally get that worked out. So
I think that coupled with the fact also that, on the federal level, there's a lot of defunding of FEMA emergency management there. Normally they take the lead in a flood crisis or a fire crisis or something like that. So trying to figure out what we would do locally without that federal support potentially going forward, I think would be really helpful too.
Yeah. So just wanted to put that out there. It's one of the things that we were working on last week. And so also, I made mention that we have revitalized, so to speak, or re-engaged with the sheriff's office when it comes to code enforcement. So that was a meeting that we had in the past monthly, where we would bring either, meet at the PA's office, or have the PA and the sheriff's office meet at Development Services once a month, so that we could kind of stack hands on cases that they were working on, questions that they might have about the code, and just, yeah, it's been great. We've had 2 meetings so far. They've lasted about an hour and a half. We've worked through some cases. We have definitely left with some more work to do. There is a meeting scheduled with the board between Development Services, the board, and the sheriff's office and the prosecuting attorney in and around shoreline violations. So we want to get some guidance from the board here coming up as to what the expectation would be for us to pursue code enforcement on the shorelines. So I don't want to steal their thunder. I have a little bit more work to do with Department of Ecology and Barbara be ahead of that meeting, so it actually might move. But I just wanted to let the board know that that those meetings are taking place and have been really productive. Michelle, in her past life down in Benton County, her department was responsible for code enforcement. So the knowledge that she brings, I think they really appreciated because she has a passion to support that staff. So
Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like the meeting that we had 2 weeks ago with them was really productive. Obviously, I'm still learning the rules and regulations of Grant County, but I'm really excited to collaborate with the sheriff's employees to try to figure out the best path forward. And I think they were excited that I know and love code enforcement stuff. So I think they're excited to have a partner in the department too.
yeah. And
Michelle, do you have access, to the code enforcement, they're not applications, but the forms that have been sent in, do you have access to that, or does
Don't
it?
think that I do currently. I may. I'm
Okay.
still learning.
she does not, but and I'm not gonna, I don't want to get Keith in trouble, okay? So we haven't partnered with Joe yet, but because we know how much Keith likes to jump in and help. But there was some discussions in that meeting to get us access to those forms and also maybe make an edit to the process so that we can start like redelegating ones that maybe shouldn't just be in the wheelhouse of the sheriff's office, that maybe should be with us.
Because
And
there
vice
are a
versa.
lot that do fall into the building planning.
Right. And that's what we learned in that meeting is that there are things that maybe we should be looking at and taking care of. So we just need to make a tweak to that Laserfish portal, so to speak. So we're gonna work on that. But it takes Keith to do that, and we just we want to go through the right
Okay.
channels. So
No, I think it would be definitely helpful
Yeah.
because I think in the sheriff's office, they just really don't know if it's a violation. and-
Right.
That's the one hard thing about having code enforcement in another department is that the majority of the code enforcement violations are either building or planning. So not having it housed in development services faces a really big challenge by not having access, even just walking down the hall and asking a question. In Benton, my code enforcement officers were pretty well versed in all things building and planning. They were also in the same building as us, so we had a lot of access and would collaborate with them very well versus the sheriff's officers who are obviously not in the same building as us, and we don't have that daily communication for them to come and ask questions to and learn. But like I said, hopefully through these meetings and other steps that we may take from those conversations, we can find a better way to communicate with them.
It used to be in your department. It's just, we felt like there were not a lot of teeth, the violations, they would get a ticket and then do absolutely nothing about it. So then we moved it over to the sheriff's office thinking, so yeah, there's been some good and bad, and I think just that, I think if you had access would definitely be a big help.
Yeah.
So that's it. Not it. I mean, we're working on so many things, but that's, Michelle and I have been partnering on since she's been here for the last 3 weeks. And then Nathan, I don't know if you want to come up and talk about the work and help that Derek has been able to provide you in the short amount of time that he's been here. But
You can actually grab that chair if you
Did
want
he
to put
get
it on the edge,
introduced?
so.
he did. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So very fortunate to be able to get Derek and his, many, many years of experience, knowledge and ability and all that stuff. Ooh,
Yeah.
in the office to work with me and help do this stuff. So he's working on learning county policy and figuring out all the nuts and bolts that go through, much like Michelle, trying to figure out the what for and the place. I've also got him working on our Tigris system, which is the system that contractors, sprinkler, fire alarm and stuff all update their annual reports into to make sure that everybody's in compliance there. So he's sifting through some stuff on that and cleaning up some of that currently, and been a very big help.
You just graduated NACO, right?
I did.
What did you think of it?
It's good. It's good. There's a lot there. There's a lot of work there. If you really dive into it, a lot of really good information. The networking was outstanding. Even though I had, local people in my group, right, but they kept me on track, which is good. No, I really enjoyed it. I did think, like you were mentioning earlier, it gets a little repetitive in some spots. And I guess depending on how you look at that, it's either annoying that it's repetitive or it's reinforcing what you've done to build on it, right? And so it's a mindset thing. Personally, I thought it was great. So I really, really enjoyed working through that.
Any big takeaways from you county leaders? Anything that surprised you? Anything?
I really enjoyed the Columbia River Caucus that Commissioner Burgess and I and Commissioner Jones were in. I thought that was a lot of information for the area. I was educated on the Lake Roosevelt adjudication that's coming down, and I asked Ecology some questions afterwards about if that would affect Grant, and it sounds like there's potential that it may. Didn't sound like Grant was going to be part of the adjudication, but water rights is a passion of mine, so I thought that was pretty interesting. I went through an adjudication at Benton in the Yakima Basin, and that was a long and difficult process. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed the networking opportunities.
I know we're still mid-throws in budget, but just curious, I mean, sorry.
More like a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
We're trying not to bring that up.
I know, but I have to. So, and this isn't me asking about my positions. This is just me more interested in the process. So this is my first year going through budget. I have presented a budget, but what happens next? I mean, do you guys bring me back in to tell me to start shaving and cutting and slicing and dicing, or how does that work?
Probably
Is
get
that through Tom?
on that.
What's that?
What's that?
Probably get 4 different answers on opinions on that.
Yeah. And 4 deer in the headlights at the same time.
Gotcha.
So because we're trying to figure it out. So
I think if we knew what our,
our actual financial.
like our
spending.
carryover, what would be, we don't know what that looks like.
Still missing that.
And
Yes.
so, but we are like, I want to say 9.1 million over budget.
Okay.
From the revenue coming in, but last year we used about 4 million of our reserve. I just don't know what our reserve is.
Yeah.
So,
Makes sense. I was just curious.
but I'm pretty sure 9 million probably is not, unless we have 40 million or 50 million, but I don't think it's that healthy.
I don't think it is.
It's in the 20s, I think. 1921 is kind of my guess.
Yeah, we're just trying to, make plans, of course, just like everybody else. So I do appreciate the approval on the full-time or the part-time to full-time file clerk. So that's going to be very helpful. We have that requisition open right now, so we're out for recruitment on that. And then we, working with Dan and HR, have opened up the backfill on the plans examiner. So I know that that's been a stressor. And one that we quite honestly have been just waiting to go through. We've got compensation connections and the work that they're doing and those updates to the job descriptions. We had just been waiting to see when our plans examiner job descriptions were going to come through. And I just got tired of waiting. So we're posting the job with the old job description, and we'll just figure it out when the time comes. So we needed to get that position backfilled. And it's technically backfilling Jerry, but we're backfilling it at the plans examiner 2 level. So, and we've had the funding to do it and all the things. So,
Speaking of plans, building plans, how long is the wait? I've been getting some calls that.
yeah, the commercial wait is of 8 to 12, and that's we need to get better at that. And that was part of you allowing me to hire a planning manager so I can go downstairs and be involved and not be managing planning. So, and that's the goal. So as soon as I can get Michelle up to speed,
No pressure.
yeah, it's going to take. It's going to take.
You're not there already.
Yeah, it's going to take time, but then I can spend more time downstairs making my presence felt.
What about residential?
Residential is I don't want to say next day, but it's
It's under 2 weeks.
yeah.
Is it, okay, because there's a home right along Highway 26, kind of by Dotson Road.
Mhm.
And I think they just wanted to add a deck or a covered deck.
Yeah, yeah,
You probably
and
remember, and it has taken forever. So I don't know, other than getting complaints, and it's not
Well,
from
it-
them, I'm getting them secondhand.
yeah, they changed the entire, it's an engineered roof. And
Okay,
they changed the entire engineering package. And when you do that, it
Okay, I
changes
didn't
where
get
the
that.
point loads.
information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and we do try to, and it's under construction, so there's the
Yeah,
there's the
It's
problem is,
halted right now.
right.
Yeah.
And so we do make priority for those, because we don't want to hold people up, but their expectation is that here, it's just, I just added a covered deck. Well, you have redesigned the entire roof system and the way that the loads are distributed, and it's going to take us a second to work through those. It's not that we put it to the back and
Okay.
we'll get to it when we get to it. So
And
There's
again, they
always
are not
more
the
to
ones
it.
that are complaining. I've just heard it from others.
yeah,
so.
exactly. There's always more to it.
And another part of that is that 2-week time frame assumes that everything is submitted and everything is correct, and then it gets reviewed and it gets issued, right? Sometimes it's gets submitted, but you're missing this, or gets submitted, but this gets changed. And so those individual projects get extended based on response and back and forth and different changes and things, so.
Yeah, but but this scenario is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that I need to make my presence felt downstairs. As I know about this because I had the opportunity this morning to start asking questions. How's it going? So we had a guy at the counter on Friday. Can you tell me what that was about? And it was that exact scenario where, he made a change, and it was like I said, it was an engineered change, and there's more to it than what.
Add your little deck. Okay.
Right. But we're gonna get through it.
I got a few of those too. I just have to tell
Yeah, I think
never get
you had one last week where you got half of the story, and the other half was
No,
the guy
never.
wasn't compliant with the energy code, and so it's.
them. I just take it with a grain of salt.
Right. Yeah, and we are moving towards, again, I need to make my presence felt so that we continue to move towards having these homes and commercial structures pre-designed for the energy code, so that my staff and shop isn't designing your place for energy code. Because that's, quite frankly, what takes 50 to 70% of their review time, is just making sure that what they've turned in is energy code compliant, because most of the time it's not. And then we go back and forth, but all of the three of you here is that, well, I turned it in 9 months ago. Well, you did. Yeah, and we've been working with you since to clean up your stuff, so.
I believe on a coroner's office, we're being required to have some solar component of some kind.
Probably to make your energy credits, and that's
Yep. And
how ridiculous
we need
it
to
is.
make up another 8 credits. I think we've got it figured out.
Right. And it was that way on the last update, for residential. People were throwing rooftop panels on just to get the last 3 credits. I think there's proposed legislation out there that is coming, hopefully, that I heard that Wasac was going to support, that would stop roll that back to 6 years instead of 3 years. So that was on the table last week.
So how much energy do you think you're gonna save between the original code, the codes, say 2 years ago, versus what they are now? Where you have R38 and the savings now you have R60.
Right. Well,
How much are you
you
gonna save?
you heard me go off on it last week or 2 weeks ago on LEED, on that whole thing. It's, we're in climate zone 6, which is the same as Buffalo, New York. And so we're being required to insulate to R60, which changes the heel heights on all the trusses, which changes the length of the sheeting and everything else. To do what? You're not gaining anything. You just added $30,000 of cost to a 1,500 square foot house that people already can't afford. They're already $500,000.
That's their idea of affordable housing. That's the problem.
Right. And we, Michelle and I, have to now plan for different levels of unaffordability on top of population forecasting. We have to plan for housing units, number of units, and again, different types of affordability. And and we have to try to make it happen or get it right for the next 20 years, you know, and do a lands capacity analysis and with lands that you can't even get to because they're more than 1,320 feet off of a county road, so you can't short plat them because we have antiquated road standards, and I could go on and on and
Can
on.
we fix our road standards? Why don't we fix our road standards?
I would love to. I would love to. We've got, you know, we could put in an RID.
No, but on the road, it's like a certain distance and it has to be paved and no, I don't know when it got adopted, but yeah, a certain length
Yeah, I
of
mean,
driveway.
The road standards, the road standards haven't been touched since, I want to say, I don't want to say, because I'd be
But
misquoting.
are we just enforcing them more? Because I don't remember like a short plat. It has to be, or a long plat, it has to be paved if it's, I don't know, 12 or 1,300 square feet or
Yeah.
length.
Right,
And then it's, some of these are just, will probably always be a gravel road. There is no need to pave it because there's no pavement in the area.
Right.
All right, so I need to talk to
Right.
them.
yeah, I mean, and this is.
I'm talking to the wrong
Yeah.
person, but yeah.
Well, we're, I didn't intend for this to go this direction, but,
That's something we can maybe fix.
but I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of like it started, right? You know, we started this discussion about emergency management and collaboration and having the opportunity to, you know, to stack hands. We talked about it 2 weeks ago at the lead event. We're going to talk about it this afternoon at 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock with our consultant and hopefully every city that we can get to the table. We need to do it internally as well with our public works team and sheriff's office again. And, you know, so, because it's not going to be any more affordable when the state's throwing stuff at us. So we have to try to make it affordable by not having crazy standards internally. So anyway, that's what I have.
Thank you.
I tried.
Nothing
Well,
else?
thank
All
you.
right. We will go into recess now until 10 a.m. when we are back with the assessor's office. Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and we are here for assessor's office update. Can we let the assessor know we're here for her update? Just gonna walk over.
Due to my mobility,
Yeah.
I was home all weekend until I went to an auction in Silk Lake yesterday.
Blair went to that Moulin Rouge. He was there for that matinee, the opening night there. He said it was absolutely amazing.
It's
Spokane?
Yeah.
I almost went and then did not. Had to be better than the ballet.
Did you watch the Nutcracker?
No, I went to the Great Gatsby.
Those are major dance shows.
No talking, no singing, just
Just a little clapping.
running around on their toes.
So while we're waiting, how are things going with you, Daryl?
December 1st, I go back
Here comes Missy. You go back where?
for a lower back. Now I'm told that what I've been being told the other times were wrong. So now it makes more sense.
Do you guys need anything? Because I'm trying to get the notices out for proofing. This is like.
Is there
around
anything that
with
we
the
need? I think
printers.
we do have a meeting at,
11:30, yes.
yep. I think if you don't have anything for us.
No.
Do we have anything for Missy?
Where are we at on the
We can go
TIF?
over that stuff then.
Haven't even started it yet, trying to get the notices out.
Okay, did you get a July 19th memo from Diane Locke regarding TIF add-ons?
No.
Okay, because that's what the Port of Chelan is telling me. And that Diane told them that they sent out a memo about TIF add-ons on July 19th of a memo where we can recover the amount of TIFs loss by adding it to our levy. Sounds like sort of like a refund levy process. I don't know. I have to try to get hold on that. Hold on that memo and see what it says.
Well, let me
call up to Erin, because she does the tips up in Chelan.
Because Chelan County Treasurer wasn't aware of it, and their assessor never mentioned Chelan County Treasurer. Their commissioners aren't aware of it. Clark County wasn't aware of it. And so it's something that
We didn't
we,
talk about it in our levy class either, which we have too. We have the basic and the senior, which I go to every year, and that was not even brought up.
I know, as this is going, this is what the port is telling the, audience, that the governments can't have the opportunity to not lose the money by doing a TIF add-on. I said, well, they haven't changed their forms to your levy certification forms.
Right.
And they said, well, that Chelan County wrote in a amount for TIF add-on onto their levy certification.
I'll call up to Erin and see if I can get a copy of Chelan County's.
Okay. All right, yeah, because I just learned that when I read the newspaper this weekend, of something I never knew existed. So, okay.
That would have been a big conversation.
You would have
It
remembered
would have
that
been
one?
a huge conversation a week ago.
I think that's all we need.
So to give you further clarification, we're in a Wenatchee world. Of course, the audience in this paper are all against this TIF. And so then at the last second, they blare, well, the districts don't have to lose money. The DOR said that you could do this and those districts don't lose money. Now, if I wasn't reading the newspaper, do you think you would ever get that from her? And because we have a tax on $100 million approximately in new construction in the TIF, we'd have then lost that money. But now there's a new decision.
Well, let's look and see.
Yeah, that's what
this,
and that's trying to do this now to prepare you for our 11:30 meeting is something of brand new news, supposedly out in a memo in July that was sent to the assessors. I sent my email to the Department of Revenue. I was calling, where did this come from? Because the treasurers aren't aware of this.
Do you know what it was, I mean,
The date of the one I
the,
told.
the subject of it would have been too?
It's a TIF, the port called it a TIF add-on. And so I made a copy of the article and sent it to many different places saying, where did this come from?
We need to do a public records request.
Well, I then, before I came here, I called Port of Chelan and talked to the guy who said it in the meeting. And he told me, yeah, this came from Diane Locke and was sent to all the assessors on a July 19th memo. Unfortunately, they only go to assessors.
Okay, well,
And I'm going, here we're spending so much effort complaining about losing money.
but we go back to the taxpayers though. So.
Well, you don't go back to taxpayers. It says you pretty much just add it on without their input. Well, you have their input when they come to the
Yeah,
meeting.
but I just, it feels
You're
like,
double taxing them for that portion.
it seems a little.
Well, I know, that's
highway
why I
robbery.
keep wondering is we need to look at the constitutionality of this in the first place as one thing. But now that takes away our complaint about losing money. If we choose not to take it, then it's our fault for not
We
taking
didn't
it.
even know we can.
Right, yeah. So I just wanted to make sure, because this is brand new and I've been waiting to come this morning and do as much research as possible before a meeting today to find out what's going on, because our association never talked about it. The assessors, she says the assessors never talked about such a thing on their TIF meetings. So did everyone not read the memo correctly, or did the memo not really get out? I don't know. And that's why I got it out to Diane, the Department of Revenue as well, asking them, what is this about? Because they haven't responded to my question from almost 2 months ago.
So Daryl, maybe we could do a public records request and for the July 19th email.
Mhm. Yep, I was gonna go take a look at all my emails from Diane Locke, because the procedure manual doesn't say anything about this. The procedure manual is so vague and has hardly anything in it
Diane Locks, who sent this email?
from DOR, this memo. And so I thank the port director for giving me this information, because this is, even when all my talks with Clark County, they never mentioned this. And they're the top TIF county in the state.
Well, let's just see what,
So I got to
just
follow up
can't
and
believe it's out there,
let Clark
nobody
County,
uses it.
let these people know that it supposedly came in a July 19th memo. So, but this is kind of big. Now that, unfortunately, if this is truly available, then it shifts
back to you guys. It takes away your complaint. But you have to stick it to the taxpayer to recover it.
That's not a great option.
When you put it like that, I'm all in.
That's
I
not
know, I'm
a
like,
great
yeah,
option.
I'm
I
like.
know, I know,
I feel like our
this
taxpayers
is
are
exactly how the
bleeding.
taxpayer will feel.
No,
Of how
I-
bad this law is that now you get a double tax a certain section.
Yeah, that doesn't seem fair. That
But
seems
for the
very-
hot, but here's the problem. The city of Moses Lake doesn't know about this. Because these are things that would be communicated from the assessor to them to tell them about it.
Well, it might not necessarily.
Well, Daryl, let's
be
get,
any fault of
before
the
we
assessor.
get,
Right,
let's
yeah.
read the email first and
Yeah.
get to it, because it's just crazy. Nobody else knows about it except for
Even
you.
our Port of Moses Lake doesn't know about it. So, okay, yeah, I got a few more calls before our 11:30 meeting.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
Try to figure out what this is.
We will go into recess until 10:15. Good morning, it's 10:19 and we are here with Clerk's Office Update with Kim Allen.
Is there anybody here?
We have
Just the most important.
one listener online and no one in the audience.
I saw Cindy out in the hall.
I think she's on the phone.
Oh.
You close the door. I can hear her.
Good morning, Kim.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
What kind of exciting updates do you have from your office?
I really don't have any. We're plugging along.
You processing a lot of passports this year or no?
It's been pretty steady. Yeah. I don't know. We had like early in the year, we had a ton of them. It's like, what is going on? It's like everybody knew something that we didn't know. I don't know what that influx was from, but they're always pretty steady. I'm always surprised because, you know, if you don't let your passport run out, you can renew it yourself by mail. And so I always have thought, that it would kind of slow down after a point in time, but that never seems to. For whatever reason. But no, we had, I don't know. I don't think I shared, and I don't know if HR has. I had an employee that she was our interpreter and collections person. She unexpectedly had to quit because she was moving due to a very tragic family issue. So that was unexpected, and I had just filled one of our deputy positions, but the person that I hired for that position had actually also applied for the interpreter and collection position at the same time as the person that had to quit. So I was able to move her into that position, and actually, I think today officially she starts in that position, and then I'll have to fill the deputy position again.
How many open positions do you have?
We have 2 open right now. Wasn't super thrilled with the pool that we got last time. So I've been going back and forth in my head. I think we're just gonna re-advertise and
Try again.
yeah. So anyway, but things are plugging along. It's hard with a short week with the courts because we're cramming 5 days into 3, but
When did
but
your,
then we get turkey.
when does your
I
Superior
know.
Court judge leave?
Well, I haven't heard anything officially from Superior Court. So I mean, he's supposed to take office in his new position January 1st. So I'm thinking sometime between now and the end of the year. But I haven't heard officially when he'll be done. That's a good opportunity for him.
Yeah.
Sad to see him go, but life marches on. We've had more judge changes in the last few years than we have in forever.
I know.
Seems like the state's taking all of our good judges. Why is that? Must be doing something right over here.
Yeah, but we're starting to run out of options to backfill.
Maybe that's what they
Hopefully-
want, so they can bring one
Hopefully they
in for
come,
us.
yeah, they're from Grand County and not the
From the-
west side.
Uh-huh.
We had a couple candidates that wanted to be prosecutors, could be one of them.
Thought there was one more, excuse me. Yeah, that's the scary part about the judges is that they could be from anywhere in the state.
Mhm.
So, yeah, hopefully we have enough people locally that,
Oops, that didn't sound good.
Hopefully it goes in the garbage can.
shredder guy maybe.
Yeah, the shredder was, yeah, they've got it. I didn't realize our basement, we don't have ramps, we only have, sometimes they can put the makeshift ramp up, but it's really difficult to get to that section of the courthouse.
We used to have a chair out there.
Yeah, we moved it with the elevator, but in order to get to the
Oh.
elevator, you have to
Upstairs over.
go,
Still have to get
yeah, you have to get
downstairs.
to the elevator here and then go connect. Don't make it easy. But it would be
Yeah.
nice if we maybe made ADA, at least fix something. Of the portable ramp, maybe make a real ramp.
You'd have to do it outside though, too.
Yeah, it would have to be, it's right outside the door, so we have two side, like 2 or 3 steps, I wanna say 3 steps. So they have a ramp, but probably have to be pretty deep, pretty.
Budget stuff go. Are you pretty,
Still going.
We have no idea.
still
Gotta get our
hammering it
numbers on
out?
reserve. Or getting, whatever, I'd like to know what's in the beginning fund balance. So we know how much we can take out of that. Council budget, we have about a $9.1 million shortfall, I believe I was looking at the right numbers.
Is that pretty solid now? I mean, or, okay.
I think the budget numbers are, well, I think the budget is correct. I don't know, honestly, Kim.
Do you still have budget meetings coming
We're
up?
still trying to figure out.
So mostly just you guys trying to figure out.
With
If you've
accounting,
got
well, it's been hard with
everything
the
you need
Tyler
to
Tech. I mean, we had a software transition and still working on that. We've got the old system, the new system. There have been many, many challenges. And poor Kevin, who this is his first budget year, usually it's a little easier. And we usually, the last 5 or 7 years, we've had an ample amount of funds. But we haven't really had to do any cuts, but I think this year we're gonna have to, unless our reserve is looking better than we can imagine, but I don't see that being the case. I think the county is probably gonna be like the rest of the economy, we're gonna feel a pinch here.
We've been fairly, I mean, I think we've been
We've been very flush.
much better than a lot of the counties.
And we still are
Yeah.
very diverse in our revenue.
All right.
So there
Well,
comes a time when.
I'm sure you'll let us know. Okay.
Yeah. When we know, you'll know. Right?
I haven't asked for a couple times. Is Kirk still an employee in Grant County?
I believe this weekend, who was his last?
Yeah, Saturday was the last day.
We usually hired or unemployed or a new.
Are you gonna fill that position?
We kind of have with Tom. Transition. We get to see as an interim.
Where is Tom?
Oh, he's probably at a jail meeting. He's usually here unless he has other meetings.
Yeah, he had
The
to.
problem is he's
Did
got.
you see the fire that he captured this
No,
morning?
but he was showing somebody.
It was pretty interesting.
He what?
It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it looked close.
Yeah.
Hello, come on in. It looked very close to where he was at. I don't know if that's where his spot is or if he just moved that
He
close.
just drove in when he saw it.
Oh, wow. Crazy. All right, well, have a happy Thanksgiving,
You do the
everybody.
same.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Don't eat too much turkey.
Well, I'll.
Take
I
a
will.
good nap.
I will.
Nice to see you.
Good morning, Desiree. It is
morning.
10:30 a.m. and we will roll into a district court update.
Hi,
Hello.
Morning.
good morning. Judge Gwynn may or may not be joining us remotely this morning. We'll see. I don't really have anything super exciting. We're just kind of rolling full steam ahead these days. Judge Gwynn did want me to let you know that they just had their 14th community court graduation last week. There was an article about it in the Columbia Basin Herald, so I forwarded that to each of your emails in case you wanted to look that over. Perfect. Other than that, we're just, me personally, I'm working on the case management system. We've got deadlines and meetings nearly every week, so that is keeping me on my toes. But yeah, and end of year is always busy. Lots going on. I don't know if Judge Gwynn has anything to add or if you guys have any questions.
Aren't you guys always busy up there?
Yeah, pretty
Seems
much.
like it.
Yeah. Pretty much. I don't know if he has anything to
Can't
add.
hear you.
I just want to give a shout out to maintenance. They have addressed a couple things over here in Moses Lake that have just needed to be addressed to make things a little easier for everyone over here. And so even though the parking lot's not finished, they're doing good things. So
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
we haven't heard any, I personally haven't heard any, negativity about it. I'm sure some people aren't happy about it, but it is what it is. I knew we would be up against a deadline with it, but based on the weather, it just didn't cooperate for us. So, but we'll be ready in the spring.
Okay, well, we will pass that on. That's good to know about the maintenance staff.
They solved my chirping bird problem, so that made it really good.
Oh, were they relocated?
No, it wasn't a bird. It was a dead battery in a security system.
Oh, okay.
But it sounded like a bird and drove me nuts. Desiree got to hear it for one day, and finally we investigated and had them come over and take care of it. So
That's usually the fire alarms will always start chirping about 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
What is
So.
that? Well, I'm glad they found your bird situation.
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions or concerns from the board?
I don't have any right now.
You sent that email.
Yeah, I'm just kind of perusing through. Yeah, I'm surprised he's gone through the system so many times, and I've done 13 years. I just did 8 flat and was released in 2023. So it's neat that he could go through that program. Making a difference, one life at a time.
Kind of crazy that we're already up to 14 graduates.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
pretty
good.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, I always feel like that's like 14 families impacted. It's not just one person, it's
Right.
families and a work environment, like a work family
Yep.
and or other families. So it's a good thing.
And just more productive community members in general too, which is helpful.
I did my health thing too, so you guys should be excited.
Oh, you
Oh,
turned in
you're-
your deal?
Rebate
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call it, your,
Yeah.
Oh,
My
Make sure-
benefit package.
your benefit package. And then
Yeah.
also have what is it called? The health survey,
yeah, where you have to complete 4 of 6 things, that thing.
the 3 or 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm working on that myself right now
It-
too.
Remind your office because people forget. So
Yep.
remind your staff to get that done. It's actually pretty easy.
Not bad. Okay,
All right.
that's really all we got. Short and sweet today,
All
guys.
Well, happy
right, thank you,
Thanksgiving.
guys.
Thank you.
Enjoy your holidays.
Bye, everybody.
All
Bye.
right, we will go into recess until 10:45 when we are back for a work session. Good morning, it's 10:45 a.m. and we are here for a commissioner work session. I see we have a clerk of the board, master municipal clerk certification and levy certification date on the agenda. What do you got?
I am excited to report that last week I did receive my master municipal clerk certification.
Renewal or you had it the whole time?
No, I had my certified municipal clerk
Now you're a
in
master?
2010, and now I just got my master.
Did they send
So-
the right person?
That's not what I was hoping from this meeting.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
Barbara. How long
Yes.
does it take to get that?
It all depends on your life, on your ability to go to trainings.
How many trainings does it take?
I had a stack
You said a
of,
lot.
it took me 15 years. But
Good job.
it doesn't mean that everyone will take 15 years. When you only get 3 points for these certain items and you only go once or twice a year, that's 6 points a year.
Okay.
So if you can. you know,
Yeah, and
get-
not everyone's gonna be able to go
Right,
even that many times.
right. So it all depends on what you do.
So like municipal, like the city of Moses Lake, would they hire, do you have to have that in order to get hired?
No.
Like for a municipal?
Some organizations do, some don't.
Okay.
I have seen it on people's advertisement that if you don't have it now, you have to
have to
have
get
it
it.
within a certain time.
Is there a link between the municipal and the county that you feel like?
Well, it took me 15 years, so.
No, but I mean that, because municipal is a little bit different than county. They have different rules, or is it pretty much all the
It's
same?
the same. Yeah, we all belong under the same umbrella of the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. So we all follow the international rules because municipal clerks are all over the world. Yeah. So I was pretty excited when I
Well,
finally submitted my
congratulations.
points. So I just had to even put it on the agenda and tell you. I was so excited. Caitlin was here and I just about cried.
You take a test or you just accomplish with the
Yes,
points?
every training and conference you go to, you get a certificate and you just keep holding on to them over the years. So I've been holding on to mine since 2011 and submitted mine last week and I got my master. And this is what Caitlin will do when she's
When you
going
find
for
that
her.
up? find that out?
Last week.
You didn't tell me last week.
I didn't. I was waiting for today.
Big surprise.
Thursday or Friday?
Wednesday or Thursday, something
Well,
like that.
congratulations.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, thank you for allowing staff to attend these trainings and conferences because there is a purpose for them. RCWs change all the time, rules change, policies change, processes we learn every time we go to one of these conferences. So encouraging your staff to go to these conferences and to keep allowing staff to do that, I think it's fantastic and it's appreciated. So thank you very much.
Caitlin, I guess you're next. Are you working on your?
We're now at CMC, the first step of that. So my goal is to have that completed by December of next year.
And you're doing yours online?
I mean, some of the in-person courses, like the fall education days I just went to, you get points for that. But most of what I do is just been online.
Good, so then we'll have 2 masters.
No, I'll just be a silly little certified. She's the master.
You'll get there, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
15 years.
Yeah.
15 years.
She's goal setting.
Absolutely. Yeah, it takes time. It does. Yeah, so thank you.
I don't plan 15 years out yet.
Yeah, I honestly didn't know how long I would be here when I first started, and here I am, 21 years later. You never know what life brings.
And the levy certification date?
Yes, I had a meeting with Rachel in the assessor's office last week to review the levies that have been turned in so far. You guys already know, levies are due by November 30th, 5 p.m. per state law, but since November 30th is on a Sunday, districts and cities have until 5 p.m. on December 1st to turn them in. So I'll speak to this during your guys' public hearing on Monday, but myself and the assessor's office would like to ask the commissioners to extend to the afternoon on Tuesday the 2nd when it comes to making tax levies and setting the assessment rates. So that way the assessor's office and I have a chance to review the levies that were turned in presumably at the end of the day on Monday before we get to that hearing.
So we wouldn't adopt the budget until, I would assume, after we have actual levy numbers, right?
I would assume so.
So we would just postpone it until at least Wednesday, Tuesday evening,
If it's in the afternoon on Tuesday, that'd probably give us enough time to review what comes in.
but not to put it in. Ideally, we don't.
And it's twofold, because you have the levy certification form that when Caitlin and Rachel get it all together, they have to certify all those things back to you, which is separate from the resolution and ordinance that has to be adopted on the budget day. So hopefully you'll probably have to extend from Monday to Tuesday, and you can extend day to day up to 5 days. So with this year being.
Oh, I thought you could do it the following week. It has to be done that.
The RCW specifically says from day to day for 5 days.
So then
So,
what happens if you don't know it in that 5 days? You just.
yeah, and that's when I think Decorah had mentioned something about I've never had to even think about that, so it sounds like
I know we've
Other
looked at.
counties will extend it the whole month though, like Kevin said.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's where I'm like,
so I think
sure.
interpretation, what does extend from day to day for 5 days means?
Cause I thought we extended it
up
like
to
a
the
week
end
or
of the
so,
year.
a one time. Maybe it was during COVID.
We'll be learning this year.
We're learning a lot this year.
Yes. Agreed.
I'm gonna look and see what we can do.
I just gave them the best news ever that I got.
No, I'm
my
Googling to see if we
master.
can.
And
extend.
congratulations
I
on that.
I know. Really proud of them.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes late. I was returning phone calls. There's.
Counties are required to adopt their annual budget by December 31st.
So I talked to Mandy. She thought that this afternoon, she did have current expense all reconciled with expense and revenue all the way through October. She should be able to give you what our reserve amount is this afternoon. She does not have everything else done, but she
Well, maybe
should be able
that's
to give you
good.
that. She's still
That would
working on
be
it, but she should be able to give it.
Great if we had like $35 million in
That's
there.
what she told me 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tom. So the property tax certification for counties has to be done by December 15th, budget adoption no later than December 31st, and the final budget hearing can be the first Monday in December. So that must be the hearing, but we can adopt
Up to the 31st.
to the 31st.
So I don't know what it means when the RCW says we have to have the hearing that first Monday, and then you can continue it from day to day for 5 days. That's what the RCW says, whatever you interpret it that way.
So, yeah, I don't know what the difference between the hearing and the adoption is.
Yeah.
Key deadlines. Well, let me Google what is a budget hearing.
I tried to use Perplexity today and it didn't, just kept spinning, so I didn't know if maybe it had a hiccup like Laserfish did this morning, but
Shouldn't. I've been using it.
have you, today? Okay. Maybe it didn't like my question.
Anything else for this period?
Well, a county budget hearing in Washington State is a public meeting where the county's legislative authority, the county council or commissioners, presents a proposed budget for the upcoming year to citizens for feedback and then formally adopts the final budget. So we must be done taking public comment at that time. We have 5 days, the first 5 days in December to take public comment. Then after that, it sounds like that's my guess. We have till the 31st to adopt. It's an opportunity for residents to voice their opinions on the proposed budget before it is finalized.
That would be sweet.
At December 31st?
No.
No,
I mean,
we're gonna get it done.
It'd be cool if public came and commented on the budget, if you had public that
So
involved.
in perplexity, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. A county in Washington State must adopt its annual budget prior to the beginning of its fiscal year, which for most counties is the calendar year. The final budget adoption generally occurs at the conclusion of a public hearing, typically held on the first Monday in October, though state law allows this hearing to be moved to the first Monday in typically held on the first Monday in October, though state law allows this hearing to be moved to the first Monday in December if necessary. The adopted budget must be in place before the county can lawfully expend funds in the new fiscal year, and the source is State Auditor's Office. And it's got budget process, but so the county submits. What is the statutory deadline? According to RCW 3640, the statutory deadline for county budget adoption in Washington State is at the conclusion of the public budget hearing, which must be held on the first Monday in October unless the county board sets an alternate date for the hearing on the first Monday in December. The budget must be adopted by resolution before the beginning of the fiscal year, meaning no later than December 31st for counties using the calendar year as the fiscal year. That's from the Washington State Legislature.
So we just have to extend on December 1st. Is that right?
Well, Kevin, let's be positive. We may have it all dialed in. We got a week.
I just highly encourage, because last year the board adopted numbers that were not set in stone. Just, I would adopt numbers that you actually have, not ones that,
It would have been nicer last year too if we didn't pull so much out of reserve because we're feeling it this year.
In a cracked and shattered foggy crystal ball.
yes.
Hearing no more. We other work session items in the last 3 minutes?
I'm looking for this 5-day thing.
RCW 36.40.070.
Thank you, Norm.
Norm.
You know.
Hearing may be continued from day to day until concluded, but not to exceed a total of 5 days.
RCW 3640 allows the county budget hearing to be held on the first Monday in December instead of October, but does not automatically allow an additional 5 days after that hearing to adopt the budget. The law stipulates that the budget hearing may be continued from day to day, but not to exceed a total of 5 days at the conclusion of the hearing, which could last up to 5 days. The county legislative authority must adopt the budget by resolution. Therefore, the county has up to 5 days from the start of the hearing, for example, from the first Monday in December. But adoption must be at the conclusion of the hearing and before the fiscal year begins. Why do they put that in there?
It's so confusing.
Because it says, it does sound like you have the first, you can extend to the 5th.
Right, so
But
why?
then you don't have to adopt it, but when I Googled public hearing, it says, taking public comment from, so I don't know if they're referring, we can take public comment up until the 5th, but then we don't have to adopt it. So what happens between the 5th to the 31st that we can work on it? It doesn't, we have this gray area that,
Well, that's what's interesting about that. It's that when I read that, it seems like you've got it, from the first Monday in December and within a 5-day window, you have to adopt the budget. But then they add this sentence at the end that says you must adopt by the end of the fiscal year, which is just confusing. So
Absolutely.
oh, that'd be a really good question for WASAC.
it would be a good question for WASAC.
For MRSC.
Yes. I'll look into it. Well, hopefully, we will at least have what our actual reserve is today. Everything is reconciled, and we know. We'll
We
find
had
out.
$40 million in reserve at 35. I can wish.
Even with 23 million and our $9 million deficit, we're not
No,
that
we
it's
don't have
proper.
enough. We don't have we don't have enough in reserve to. We have to have 3 or 4 months. What are a percentage of our budget
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess
in reserve?
my point being there are counties that are in much worse shape than we are. I mean, it's nobody wants a $9 million reserve, but or
I
$9
don't
million
know.
shortfall.
We're definitely.
Yeah. But I'm glad we're not in the same shape as
Pretty good shape.
Yakima County. An $18 million reserve and an $18 million shortfall. And
No, some counties were laying people off in July
yeah,
of this year, so we made it through that.
from our earlier conversation, no email exists. That I can find,
Okay, well, Missy said you didn't know about it, so, okay,
because it didn't exist.
thank you for looking into it. 11 o'clock, I think we're position management.
All right, well, we will go into recess until we are back at 11:30.
Hopefully we have some numbers. It sounded like we did not. Oh, that's road district. Hopefully
Just
we have numbers.
discussion.
Okay.
It's the numbers to fill out your forms to.
It is
Oh, I didn't
11:30
know
a.m.
that was
and
on
we
there.
are here for current expense road district levy certification discussion.
So the, what was mentioned earlier about this LTIF add-on is a misunderstanding by the port. And there is a very large fight between the commissioners of Chelan County and the port regarding this. There are no add-ons. What they're talking about is the normal, like highest lawful levy calculations that we do. Because when you're in an LTIF area, we have to calculate 2. One, if the LTIF hadn't happened, and one, which we move forward, which is the one with the LTIF. I do have the Department of Revenue's July 16th release. And the only thing that did was it kind of
defined what real property was. There's nothing there. Cause I was like, did I miss something? And she was like, no. So I talked to Erin Fonville down there at Chelan County. She is right under the assessor, and she does the levy stuff. And she handles all the LTIF. She was actually at the port meeting and spoke at the port meeting. So they are putting stuff out there that is not true. There is no add-on.
That's why I don't see anything in that article. And yet, yeah, there's future things I haven't sent you, future emails, where they had a section in there that I don't know if they put in red, that they was something about adding it on in the levy calculation.
And they do say that in their frequently asked questions, which in what they state, they say on October 9th, the Washington State Department of Revenue provided the Port of Chelan County with additional clarity on this issue. They have determined impacted taxing districts are able to adjust their levy rates to recoup the full amount of incremental value foregone each year, less annual new construction. Taxing districts are not expected to experience a reduction in total property tax revenues over the life of the proposed TIA. That whole paragraph is completely wrong. Erin did call Diane Locke, and she said there is no October 9th anything. And they do know that there's going to be a reduction because in the RCW of making the TIF areas, there is a requirement for the one making the TIF area to meet with the taxing districts and come up with a plan to mitigate the reduction. So it's like, why would you have a specific RCW to that if, you know, it makes no sense. So, yeah, that article is, it's incorrect.
They're saying Douglas County, that they put it on their levy certification for Douglas County for their TIF. Suppose they have something, I don't know what, but so I don't know. Yeah, because I got all these emails from Kuntz, whatever, how you say his last name.
Yeah.
Showing how this is legit. I said, well, first I need DOR to affirm this because this is so last minute for this topic to come up.
There's nothing in the RCWs that allows it. There was nothing in our classes that we just had.
This would have been $105,000 for us, if it was possible.
And if there would have been an add-on, I would have called you guys immediately and said, hey.
Yeah, what's all the fighting going about if you can, but the burden gets shifted is that the district they can't complain about not getting the money when they have a tool to get it
right
quickly without going to the vote of the people.
And trust me, the hospital district and the fire district over there are definitely having issues, and they would not have if that were the truth. Now, if you'd like to read some articles on this or press releases, you can go to Facebook at Chelan County Government. There was like 3 days ago, and then a 14th, there was actually 2 press releases on their Facebook page regarding this. They get pretty lively.
So-
I know, there's
Did you get written or verbal from Diane today?
No,
Not yet.
I haven't,
Okay.
no.
Okay,
No.
because.
That's way too
poor
quick.
district is
I
spread-
can't.
Right, no, I know. I just was going is if this port's spreading false information, then they need to immediately correct the record.
Well, they've been told several times, but they keep that up in their frequently asked questions. So, I mean, can you force people to do things right?
All right, yeah.
I was led to, or given the information that apparently this is going to be taken to court, so.
Yes. Especially when you're taking hospital medical dollars and using them for economic development against the wishes of the taxpayers.
Did you need me to bring my book? Did you, oh, you have your numbers though.
Yes. I guess the reason that I had asked for this meeting is because over the past few years, we've been having these meetings because while I completely respect that the clerk of the board is supposed to be filling all this paperwork out, historically, the assessor has. With all the changes, you're talking TIFs, and last year we had a levy lift, and then we used bank reserves. I honestly don't know what to put into these numbers. And I am reaching out because I don't know. We have a levy certification to fill out. We have the resolution ordinance that's supposed to be adopted next week. The levy certification is due by November 30th. And I honestly,
Well,
Missy,
luckily,
don't know.
November 30th is a Sunday, so you have till
Yeah,
December
so
1st.
Monday, yes. But I don't know what numbers to put into here. I literally don't.
The one thing, one factor is last year's commissioners were trying to use the full bank capacity. But at the point in time that we had new construction numbers, they ended up being higher. So I assume there's still a little bit of bank capacity opportunity if it was taken.
So that would be, do you have your numbers from last year? Like what you actually,
We figured out our bank capacity for next year, right, already? I have
And one thing about refund levies, if you don't take the refund levy from
It
everything
goes
I
away.
read, it's not a banked
1 year.
item.
it is not.
Use it or lose it situation. Now, I don't believe the county road fund had a refund levy. I think but also the refund levies are specific to the mental health and the veterans of each breakdown. So I don't see the form regarding current expense. I wish it was broken down to the three pieces and not as group them all together.
Let me go grab the actual.
Because
book. Hold on.
you may choose to take the refund levy for one without doing it for the other. So you're not getting, it's forcing and taking away flexibility that you actually have your ability to do so. That's a blank form. And so, but for current expense, you're dealing with a total of three funds. To me, that should be broken up into each individual one, but it's always grouped together. Because you may have more money you want to go towards mental health and more money to veterans and less to, but you wouldn't get that communication on the actual state form. And so to me, I don't understand why it's not separated into three parts. So. No, that, yeah, the port sent me all this stuff and I kept reading, I was going, where? And then he sent me something in red. So I have to go look at that and see if that was something he put on there or if that was really in the example.
Last year, Daryl, didn't you say that the form was filled out wrong and we missed out on funding?
Yeah, because we found out there was more value.
That's why I'm
You're right.
having everyone here so that you can let us know.
And you can always ask for more. To get your maximum amount, you can ask for more. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. It just would, if you're trying to capture every penny.
Which is the
It's
commissioner's decision.
right.
So that's why I wanted them to be in us to fill out this form.
So the current expense received total. So this includes mental health, this includes veterans relief.
Which form are we on, Missy?
No, this is mine.
Is it, okay,
This is mine.
that's not a number I need
Was-
to fill out here, okay.
Was $22,665,873.67. Now, if you break out the amount of mental health and veterans relief out of that, because veterans relief got $211 or $211,633.86. Mental health got $463 $1,677.72, and current expense got $21,990,562.09. So
Is the 1% calculation on the total including banked or what you actually got last year?
the 1% would be of the highest lawful.
Okay.
Normally you get the highest
So
lawful.
that would be including any bank you maybe have not taken yet.
Say that again?
Well, okay, you may have a levy of this amount, but if they have a banked of 200,000 that they didn't, would the 1% be on what you did, what the levy was last year, or would it be the levy plus the 200,000 banked?
Well, if they're going off of their highest lawful, their highest lawful would actually include the banked.
And I think
So-
in 2024, we did not take a 1% increase. Was that correct?
Yeah, you took new construction and banked.
Yeah.
But I don't think we ended up taking banked, right?
For 2024,
No, 2024, we took new construction and banked, but
And then
not the
20
1%. But that wasn't recorded that way.
Okay. And in 2025, we took banked and new construction?
Well, 2025 is now.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking for 2025 taxes, so 2026.
2025 was the
So,
new
yeah, you're
construction
moving
and
forward
banked.
Yeah,
highest lawful.
24
Your
taxes, you
jump
didn't
off
take
point
bank.
Yeah. 24, we didn't take bank, we only
Is gonna
took new.
be the
So
highest
then
lawful that you were
For
given.
this year, you took bank and new construction, but you didn't want, you didn't
Yep.
approve the
That's your
1%.
For 2025, I thought we
That
did.
includes
We
banked.
didn't.
No, that was past
And then
commissioners'
you can
motion.
add any refund amount that you
I
have.
thought we took the 1% last year.
No.
We had, I'm gonna
The
say we had
last time
so
we
many
took
different.
1% was 22 or 21. We've only taken it once since I've been here.
I thought you did take it.
There's a story just this week, Spokane County's got a $16 million deficit or something like that, and they decided not to take theirs this year.
And they would have a huge bank because since they're not taking it, that bank gets bigger and bigger each year.
Yeah, because it gets added into your
They want to
highest
do some
lawful.
cleanup, why would you do that? Okay, I thought we did take the one, but.
I thought you did
was
too.
Very confused.
It looks
last
like
year.
you did. 26. Oh, no.
I have it right here. Okay. That's what this is.
That's the problem, it is the communication to the assessor. It's the form, there's so many different scenarios. You have to do like a separate page communicating. If you don't do everything, then you gotta give something that really communicates well to the assessor what your intentions are.
Yeah, the motion made did not match the form submitted, something like that, last year. Or this year,
So
last
we
year.
did not take the 1% last year?
No. The motion last year was bank and new construction, not 1%.
So is this a year where we didn't get the new construction?
Looks like you did take the 1%.
We may have not gotten the new construction.
We did
As intended.
665, 873. No.
So there's different.
You certified the highest lawful levy amount.
Okay, so we did take banked and 1%
And the refund amount last year, which was 193,000.
And bank,
Everything.
that wasn't the motion, but I thought we went the opposite direction. I didn't know we took the maximum. For some reason, I thought new construction was missed. That's what I remember. Is the motion was new construction and banked, not the 1%. And then I remember being told that what ended up being submitted or going forward that we signed was the banked, not the 1%, not the new.
You guys fill out the form.
Well, yeah. We make the motion and assume the form we receive is the correct form, right? So, whoops.
And I will just, and because I am confused by all of this, everything that I got, Missy, and I appreciate your help, is what I was given.
Yeah, you guys had me run like 3 or 4 scenarios and I gave
Right.
you
Or
all of
8.
them.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was a few times.
And we ended up like the one that went through was banked new construction and 1%.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
And all I did, I wrote down.
Based on the
includes bank
amount.
Capacity and refund levy is what I wrote on the certification.
So you
that
have
was certified back.
4 decisions. Refund levy, portion or all, or none. Banked, yes or no, or portion. Actually, there's a lot of decisions. Because all these could be portions,
Well, there's-
1%,
Well,
1%,
there's
0,
no
or
banked.
in between.
They took the banked, so there's no banked. It's whether or not if you're taking the highest lawful or not. And they've got to figure out what they're gonna take for mental health and veterans
Right.
and what they're gonna certify.
So that's what I need help from you. How do you want me to fill out the form?
I don't think I understand this good enough to tell you that.
And that's my problem as well.
I don't know who's supposed to teach me.
I guess we could start with the decisions and then we try to come up with the numbers that match the decision.
Well, you'd almost want that worked backwards because the decisions depend on the numbers, right? I mean, the easiest thing is to say, we don't want anything or we want it all. That's the easiest, right?
Or
think-
something in between.
So
Yep.
is our bank, we've already utilized our bank, or if we didn't take, you're showing we took the 1% last year. But you're saying we didn't take the 1%.
I don't.
The motion was to not take the 1%.
So I think we should take the 1%.
I have to go off what the signed form says.
Yeah, I think we should take, if we had banked, we'll take that and the 1%, because we have a $9 million shortfall.
I mean, normally when these forms are being filled out, there's usually like a CFO or a financial officer. But
As, I hate to bring up complexity, but as
Oh, dear.
Grant County, Washington did take the standard 1% increase for the regular property tax levy in 2025 as permitted under state law for county budgets. The certified levy data for 2024-25 tax year includes the expected regular levy limits and shows rates consistent with this increase for county funds such as current expense in the county road. That source is the Grant County website. The current expense levy rate for 25 was set.
Did we take new construction last year?
Yeah, we'll always take new construction.
The problem is we had, after we made the decision, then a couple of days later, you came with a new value that was $1 billion more. After the decision, the motion, the meeting was set. So I don't know how much of that, any of that was new construction
Valuation?
or just pure valuation. Because we're trying to make decisions on the revenue side.
Let's try to find my notes about this.
I thought we did take the 1%, so that validates the 1%. But like I said, we had so many different pieces of paper we were looking at. I think we should take 1%,
I think we take it all and
new
figure
construction,
it out next
and I
year.
don't think we have any bank because we've already taken it.
yeah, you've taken, you're at,
So there's no need for worrying.
no, if you wanted to bank, you would take less this year. But yeah, you guys have taken, I can tell by looking at the highest lawful and what the highest lawful was versus what you guys certified, you guys are,
Yes, Grant County Commissioners did include new construction funds in their 2025 property tax levy calculation. Washington law allows counties to add the assessed value of new construction to the base used for calculating the annual levy. The certified levy documents for Grant County specifically show amounts attributable to new construction added to the 2025 tax year. This is the standard practice and reflected annually by the county assessor when certifying taxing district values and levy amounts. This means Grant County received additional property tax revenue for 2025, both from the regular 1% increase and new construction activity as authorized by state regulations.
They don't focus on refund levies in that article. You have 1,011,000 plus refund levy. You have $3.5 million of refunds that we've done so far this year, and I've just got a whole new pile to work on. You have the opportunity to add that on as just an add-on. You also have to have it on that amount that you put on the refund levy section has to be included in the top amount. Now, you can put a large number in the top amount that is definitely what you're not getting. And if you communicate that you wish all these scenarios, then she would calculate and you put that down, then you would get the maximum amount of all scenarios for the tax levy next year.
I didn't get in my email from Rachel that lovely form that you can plop in all these numbers and it gives you your number. Could you send
The Excel?
I don't know if you have that.
Okay. I can probably pull it.
Just said she wasn't using it anymore.
There was a.
Then that's current
calculation
expense,
error in
mental
it,
health and
so-
veterans, and then you have the county road fund of your decisions for their, well, they're actually not as wealthy, even though you have quite a sum in your fund compared to a lot of counties, but based on the miles you have to take care of, it's not as much money, but some do road levy shifts to try to take that away from the county road to give more to the current expense, and other counties have never done that. Well, we're not in a position of even thinking of that. So you would make those same decisions, what you want to do with the county road fund. You want the 1%. Do you want any potential bank capacity, if there is any? Do you want the new construction? And if there's a refund levy, do you want that? Those are the
Yes, new
decisions you make.
construction, yes, 1%. Do we need to make a motion?
No,
We can
not right
calculate
now.
those numbers.
And when is your final meeting you're going to set to make that decision? It
Well,
has
we
to
gotta
be
fill
by
out the
December
paperwork.
1st
Yeah,
as the
we
last
gotta
last
submit
day.
it.
Yeah, December 1st is the last day.
And people have until 5 PM to get those to us, then the commissioners have to certify it back.
So if you have some
Yeah.
scenarios that you wish to see what the final number would be, this would probably be the time to communicate those scenarios and for some calculations to be done on those scenarios.
Can you suggest some scenarios?
Well, you can go the full Monty, the full amount. And then do you want the refund levy of $1,011,000 plus? Do you want that you can recover? Because we lost that money this year. We actually lost more, but we lost that money this year. That's
So
recovered.
that would be
So
the
Daryl-
1 billion that we were somehow short? Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is all these BTA decisions
Yeah.
from back years.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
but
you
it
know,
been
the
stacked
just-
up for-
Yes. We had-
Yes, Gerald, we
Lord
had
knows
7
when.
million this year because,
So,
When you give the mental health and the veterans refund funds, is that included in the current expense
No.
fund? Okay, so you can actually take more than that million.
right. No, because to me, it's a personal decision on each one if you want to do it.
were we at 23.9 if we took the 1% and the new construction? That was kind of a guess.
Well, my 23.9 is totally a different calculation than what we're doing here.
All right.
Because mine includes REC, a lot of other things.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not talking bank capacity.
Well, is we need to make a decision before next week. And this is our meeting.
That's the thing, is this the meeting that the decision has to be made, or do you have another meeting scheduled and advertised?
No, we don't have another meeting scheduled and advertised.
So can you extend this meeting to the end of the day or the end of tomorrow? To continue this
Well, we
meeting?
need to advertise, so it'll be,
24
could we talk it,
So
if we made a motion, well, then we're gonna be so confused, because whatever's in the motion, and if we change something.
What was the amount last year that you have down, Melissa?
$21,990. $21,990,562. That was the current expense.
you wanted to see it.
Well, I'm looking at my notes when we
Yeah,
made the
that's
decision
without-
of what we took.
That's without mental health and veterans.
What with mental health and veterans? It was 22,665,873.
That was 211, 633.86.
What's the 22 million part though?
Well, we had the whole, then we subtracted veterans and renew.
Yeah.
So we ended up with, or behavioral health, we ended up with current expense.
I'm just trying to understand the number
So-
that she'd given us.
So how
What is that part? I don't see
it's
that.
figured out is as a whole, and then you guys usually say like, okay, either you give me an amount that you're gonna give mental health or veterans, or you give me the rate that you want them to, they have like a standard rates. You gave me amounts last year because the rates are a little bit different. Right now, veterans relief is basically a penny. And mental health is about
2 cents?
2.2 cents, yeah.
So we don't do the 1/10 of 1% of the sales tax.
No.
Not on those.
We just pay.
This is part of the levy process. Or you can say you're not gonna give them any money. You guys were thinking about that last year.
There was, well, I think that was more specific to veterans because of their large balance. But I'm not sure that would go well for other reasons. Now, but we also, it was mentioned that you're hiring positions to start working on getting that balance down, that carryover reserve. And I think you have done that. So now that's a problem is, since we can't get the numbers from accounting to really tell you if the cash balance I gave you is close or not.
So according to Mandy this morning, she's got all current expense reconciled through October, and she's supposed to have that for us this afternoon.
Okay? But just current expense.
So
She's working on everything else.
So question, would we be smart to do the 1/10 of 1% sales tax?
Well, that'd be a ballot measure or a councilman.
Regarding mental health, or
If we had a plan for it, it'd be smart.
it's been
to use
discussed.
it.
Just depends on if is mental health presenting a case for the need for those extra monies. Because if
No.
they're not, then
Other people are expressing a need for that.
Yeah, I think there's people that are wanting to do something with mental health because it's such a problem.
Well, it's not enough money to give it to everyone who wants it, that's for sure.
well, maybe this is the easier decision, is go to county road. Do you want the full,
I want the full on everything this time.
for county road? Yeah,
Yeah, on both of them.
okay.
I don't, yeah.
Do you want me to run a scenario for you and have it, what
Well-
time's your meeting this
The
afternoon?
issue I'm having is last year I had all the scenarios written out. Banked new, banked 1%, banked 1% new, banked 1%, nothing, and then the breakdown of each of them. And none of them match what ended up,
Which one was the closest?
none of them.
Because you won't get a match. That's the problem, is you're dealing with a lot of
There's still moving parts to all
absolute,
this, yeah.
your
This isn't an
values, your
absolute.
values have not,
Things will change between the time
But then even
now and then
looking
when I'm doing levies.
at the
Things still
worksheet,
change.
it's bank capacity, new construction. That's the worksheet circled, the one decided, the one that passed, that we submitted. So I don't know how yours is 1% also, it's just,
because that's what I remember from last year.
Certified 22-665-873-67 includes bank capacity and refund levy.
so what's 22,694,166?
All three together, is that?
No, that 22-665 is all of them together. That's the one signed.
this year?
I mean,
So you signed an ordinance with the increase and then the certification. And these are the numbers that we use. I mean, we do use percentages and amounts that you give on this too in calculating. It's part of our calculations. We do many calculations within the worksheet. But this is, I'm required, whatever is on this sheet, to do.
so last year we took everything available.
Yeah. I mean, you could have got, you have a little bank capacity.
And we had this meeting last year and we got forms, and that is where those forms were filled out for our meetings.
Gives them the direction on which way to go.
And it was confusing because we kept sending Missy back for different
Yeah, we
scenarios.
took banked new 1%, banked 1%,
So you-
nothing.
You do have bank capacity of $123,196.03. So you do have that. It's a little bank capacity.
Well, for County Road, just for the sake of,
County roads, I'm all for.
so
Too
is
many
that,
roads.
so is a motion to do, but then it's just a matter of filling out the form correctly to get that amount.
Yeah, let's try to do that.
So would you
So-
like me to make a motion so we can get this filled out, so Missy can come back with some numbers for us?
Do we normally make a motion on which one we want to have presented to us?
No, usually you just tell me what you want
Yeah, I would
to
like-
run, and then I go do it, and then I'll bring it back to you, and then you guys decide and make a
So-
motion. Yeah.
I feel like we should take the 123,000 banked that we didn't grab a few years ago, the 1%.
That's
and the new
current
construction.
use, okay. So that's where we want me to do for current expense, or current expense, everything. Okay,
Public Works, same thing.
Everything,
Okay.
yeah.
Or the
Public Works,
roads.
I think we've always done everything.
they typically have, yeah. And I had trained
We're taking the full
Jahira,
enchilada.
and she's
We
not
took
there
it last
anymore.
year.
Yeah.
See, I don't remember, I don't
Losing.
remember discussing that.
I know we should.
Do I know if that means because there wasn't any?
Because we don't take the 1%.
I wasn't a part of that discussion.
Yeah, we
I didn't.
So just to be clear on the county road, that if there is banked, that you want the banked.
Yes.
Because I don't remember county road having a discussion on bank for county road.
I don't know if
And maybe they never had it, and
But
that's
if
why
they
there
do
wasn't
have it-
discussed.
I'd like to take it. And if we have way too much money, we'll cut back, but I feel like we
Come
have
back next year.
$9 million shortfall.
I don't think County Road has bank capacity. They usually
I don't think we're gonna have too much either.
focus.
And our
Still having a
levy is,
struggle. If we have a 9 million shortfall, is it because revenues are down in other places? Or because if revenues are up on the projections, that we actually have more than 9 million in expenses increase?
we have some expenses.
Or is it
that need to
because
be
of capital
filed.
outlay that we can't figure out how to put
There are a little
something?
bit of
So
everything.
Might
We're
have
getting deep into the
$20,000
budget,
for bank capacity. But I'll run it with
We still have
everybody.
some.
so where's the
I thought it was-
increase?
I
Where's
thought
the
it was-
increases?
I thought it was
Fun to talk
a
about.
lack of revenues, there's revenue decreases next year.
See, my numbers are neutral,
No,
Yeah,
you had some.
except for investment interest.
And the jail, because you're not gonna get that.
You
sales
had
tax.
some that
Right,
didn't
right.
have revenue in, Daryl.
It hurts.
You were like-
Right, but the property tax of 23.9 is $1 million plus more.
Yeah, but I think with you had some that either didn't have a number filled in or,
The only one
so
I had
Mandy
no
actually
number
had
filled
more
in
revenue
was,
than what you
yeah,
had.
I didn't have numbers filled in for veterans and I didn't have a
Okay.
number filled in for property tax. All the rest are filled in.
Okay.
So County Road actually has just under $35,000 in bank capacity.
Well, let's go ahead and take it.
Yep.
And based on
Do
the,
it all.
right now, it sounds like around 700 million total valuation increase so far. Of that, the latest numbers of value above that, with that, you may have a neutral levy rate. The levy rate doesn't go down, but it doesn't go up.
Possible.
Do you think that percentage is where the levy rate stays?
Well, it's been definitely going down because of our value's been increasing and
Yeah.
1% can't. So what people are paying,
Right, because we have the 452 million for
Thousand.
new construction, or 472. Then the difference looked like around 350 million or 450 million for reval. And I was posing the question to you as the state form, why does the state say this number?
Oh, because you had
The state,
they do this ratio thing, what they think, and then they make a different number, and then that's what they base the calculations off of for everybody, because it's,
right, because they had 23 billion, one number, and then 30 billion.
Billion,
based
yeah.
on the-
yeah.
But then where did this 23 base number come from? I thought they would be the same as the number we use for value.
So they base it off of pretty much everything. Because I report many times during the year and then they adjust their numbers. They do their thing.
And that's where I got confused about the value director, because I was looking at the state numbers.
Yeah.
And here all these treasurers are bragging about their numbers from that form. And then we're saying, now what I find out is those aren't the numbers.
Those aren't real numbers, no.
So then since you have two meetings, one this afternoon and one tomorrow afternoon, in my mind, it's budget all related. This is budget related. Can we have Missy figure that out and then bring it back in the afternoon budget meeting?
I would think so.
probably
Yeah, I can.
What time
What
is it?
time is your budget meeting today?
2 to 5.
2 to 5? Okay.
If we have numbers, sometimes we've canceled if, it's just easier for Mandy to work in her office instead of right here putting numbers together. So I think we've opted to just,
It all depends
Okay.
how things look at too.
Well, if I come in here and you're not in here,
but we're still doing it tomorrow as
I can
well. Yeah.
email everybody so you can look at
We
them.
still have tomorrow as
I think
well.
we'll be here. I think we're gonna be here, Miss.
Okay. I don't know, sometimes it's like, oh, they're gone, okay.
Well, and sometimes we just don't have the information. We're at the same spot we were the day before and we can't really move forward.
Yeah, and where I'm at, I can't run certain reports yet. So I've got some figuring to do.
Well, we have time. We have
So,
Tuesday,
Well, I'll try to get them to you
I think
today.
Wednesday. We're even planned on.
Unless I mean, I'll be honest, I've proofed my notices 4 times. I might have a 5th one. I don't know. We'll see when I get back to
You'll
my
find the
office.
mistake right after you send them out.
Yeah. Tuesday, print them all.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going through them with a fine tooth comb. I'm sure they're a mistake. Well, yeah, I already found a couple we're sending that we don't need to send, but I can't take them out now, so.
So then you'll come back this afternoon?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
I
at some
appreciate your
point.
help, girl.
And of course, whatever
Public
number you
Works?
get,
Do you have any
you
questions?
can then increase it by another million. Just to be
Andy?
safe.
Okay?
Next year,
Lunch?
you can come into my office, or I
think
can
so,
run
when
up
Rob
there,
calls
doesn't
in.
matter. And
We good yet?
I can run you through.
I've been doing a while.
Appreciate it.
We'll go into recess now
I don't
until
expect
2 p.m.
It's fine.
when we're back for budget. Good afternoon. It is 2 p.m. and we are here for a 2026 budget review meeting work session. Are you going to let the county know we are here waiting for them
She's on her way.
patiently? All right.
It's only the legislative bodies.
Barb, do you have a copy of these?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see them. They're
We're
all
too
written in
nice,
French,
Tom,
but-
that's why.
I can't be a Navy chief. It's me out the door.
Well, management updated stuff a few seconds ago, so. I thought that was Mandy coming in.
I'm sorry, because I've been working 16 hours for the last month straight.
Some decorum.
By your hair.
No, she's supposed to be coming.
Caitlin found her.
Cindy, you said she was just in there like a minute ago?
Yeah, just moments ago.
Which
so.
one?
Capital outlay, just a minute. General posting journal, 1025.
No.
GCME 102, 10/20/25. And PM
You're
transaction.
just fine, just smack it across the back of my head.
No, I would not have been so gentle
Smack it across my head.
if I was trying.
Barbara, I have to borrow your copy.
Anything you need.
No, when I explain
that
how
one,
I'll need to look
gotcha.
at those.
Okay. We can make copies back there too.
I really just don't need copies.
Hmm?
I have electronic copies, but I don't need paper
Computers
copies.
pissing me off.
You want me to make you one real quick? No?
Fine, we can share. Save a tree.
Did you see Josh's message
Not in reading today?
and the rest of the week?
I didn't see the rest of the week.
All right, fine, do the 3:30 the rest of the week.
Come on in.
So at 3:30 the rest of the week or 3:30 and the rest of the week?
3:30 today and leave at 3:30 the rest of the week. I assumed it was today and the rest of the week. That's the way I read it.
Honestly, this thing won't run. Being part-time.
I'm just here for levy stuff.
I was all like.
I'm
like, we're late, we're ready, she was printing out, we're printing off stuff at the last second.
Yeah, we can.
And,
Okay, so
I'll go again.
Okay, let's start with county roads because it's so much easier.
So preliminary county road or?
It's preliminary. These are both preliminary because these are not the be all end all because they don't have all the numbers and I don't have a certification, so I can't tell you
I
what.
asked another dumb question. Which side are we starting on? Because we'll say preliminary county road.
Page 1.
And then make you dumb it down for me.
Should we have Andy or John on there?
No.
I told him I would send this to him. As soon as I get back, I'll email it to him. So we carried forward the highest lawful levy from last year and the 101, added in their new construction and their current year's state utilities. I just got those, literally just got those, which didn't help them this year. I don't have the TIF area information in there for them yet, just like yours, because I haven't, I've got to build that. Here. Daryl. So we're starting with the preliminary county road. So their highest lawful levy for this year is $11,436,567.74. They do not have a refund levy, so if they certify for 11.5, that will ensure that they get everything. So. And I used that number to make sure everything was grabbed and to make it as easy as possible on the new people trying to do this year.
So you're on the
I'll keep going over to the side here.
Right there. All amounts are by here. That's the easy one.
No, I was just saying.
I wanted to start with the easy one.
No, that's good. Just buttering them up.
Like I said, this is preliminary. This is not. I don't have the LTIFs done yet. Let me get the notice that it's okay.
My printed first.
No, like, hold on to your lifeline. Your lifeline there. I'm checking if you can like roll in.
Here.
I think it's before Thanksgiving and not after, because I don't know if he would have been.
Okay.
Any questions? So they certify 11.5. They won't get that number, but they will get somewhere around 11.4 minus TIF.
You still have the state assessed utility.
I actually just got those. This includes the new
Oh,
numbers.
oh.
Yeah, and it doesn't do them any good.
Okay.
Doesn't do the county any good,
Oh, it's negative.
which means zero. Because you can't go negative.
Okay.
You're just zero.
All right.
If they go up 1 year, they generally go down the next, is what we've found.
Okay.
It's like a little roller coaster. How things move around.
Right.
All over.
Now, the one thing that makes this complicated is that when we look at the numbers, when it says preliminary current expense, that's meaning current expense veterans and mental health,
Yes,
which,
because I couldn't break it out because I don't know what's going on with those yet.
right.
So we create that current expense as a whole, and then we back out those to get the current expense, because they're all encompassed in that. I did include all of the refunds for mental health and veterans, along with the current in the refund account. So that came to $1,042,669.33.
All right.
So if they certified 25 million, that would ensure them to get their highest lawful, which is the
Then
23.5 plus that refund amount, which brings them to 24.5 approximately, because I don't have the LTIF numbers yet.
So this,
Get it, but when you get
so
everything you
this
can.
is really,
Cash on hand, we have 27 million? No, okay, 24 million, I'm looking at last year.
we're not saying, it's coincidental, or we just, this number is what? We're just saying 25.
It's just throwing in 25.
Okay, yeah,
If you
yeah,
certify
yeah.
for 25, then that's what they're certifying, that's what they're asking for, and that's what that's.
And
it's
the
calculated
construction,
out, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's just, well, there's never.
No, it's never, no, it's never that perfect.
No, it's about.
I
never
tried to
expect-
find something as easy as possible,
Okay.
so I use rounded numbers.
All right, this is, okay, that one is based on the decision where you agree on all three. Because we did do an alteration to one of them last year to not get the maximum amount and to take a dive while current expense was to get their portion. So this is having all three, mental health, veterans, and current expense get the 101, the new construction, the banked, and the refund levy.
Yeah, so out of that 24,
Then I have to
There's-
figure out the breakdown of all
of
three.
mental health and veterans. I don't have that.
That's if you decide this easy way. But you have the power to decide on
Yep.
something different.
I like the easy way. So.
And the 25 million includes the refund levy. Or do they add the refund levy to that?
It will include the refund levy.
The 25
25 million gets them the refund, yeah.
That includes the number, and then you have it separate, but, okay. So
Yeah, because-
1,042,000 is in the 25 million.
Is in the 2024, because it's technically, the highest lawful was 23 something, or 23 something. And then you can go over your highest lawful if refunds are not included in your highest lawful, because you should have you have the right to get that money. That's how you get up to 24.5.
Okay.
That makes sense? So you ask for the 25 to make sure you're covering all your bases,
Including the refund levy.
and it includes everything, so you get it.
Okay.
I can't dummy it down anymore.
Right, the easy, yeah, if you choose this easy way, then hopefully next year, you'll have some better values up to that point. To be
Yeah,
able
we'll
to
have,
do-
numbers way sooner next year. We're starting a revale right now.
Yeah, I'm having no problems with the number. Everything she's presented to is very logical.
Okay.
And very easy to put on a certification sheet.
Getting this last one, so I'll get it on these two forms, and then I will present it to everyone for.
Okay, but what she needs from you is clear direction that that's what you want for all three funds. And to do a motion to do that.
Also need to know what you want to do with mental health and veterans.
If you want the increases to be exactly the same based on these. Because there may be some banked on one of those.
No,
Okay, no,
it's,
see, that's
there's,
fine. I wish they were
there's no
separate.
bank, nothing. You literally have to tell me what you're giving to whom, how much you want to go to each. Or if there's a rate.
That has to be given to you through that, by that deadline?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So what did you guys do last year?
I knew you were gonna ask me that and I didn't bring my book. So last year they kind of did something different. They picked an amount
Okay.
for each, and it wasn't this, because they wanted more of the rate to go to current expense than the others. So,
I'm not sure you can do that this year with changes made at the veterans budget with additional personnel, so I think we are tackling the carryover reserve in a better fashion right now, so I think it's almost, one method might be whatever the actual ratio of percentage increase for each one. To spread it out based on that ratio. If that's what makes this hard. Is the individuals. And represented, so
last year for
Amanda, why, you can come sit at the
think
table
it was
here or over here.
veterans,
I'm okay with
it was 210,000 plus the refund of 1,633.86 for 211,633.86.
okay, how about this one?
And for mental health, it was 406 $60,000 plus $3,677.72 in a refund for $463,677.72. So this year, Veterans has a refund of just under 10,000 at $9,776.12. And mental health has a refund of $21,597.51. So if you have an amount that you need to get that does not exceed.
What about this direction? We take the levy amounts for this year for mental health and veterans. We do the 1%, we do the new construction, we have the refund levy, come up with numbers for those two. And then say all the rest, whatever the 25 million minus those two numbers. And see, and then you're defining the numbers for veterans and mental based on, that's what they're approving.
Can we do that, or does that have to be a percentage?
It's gonna be difficult to calculate.
A percentage or a,
I thought you said dollar amount was easy.
A dollar amount is easier.
No, I'm saying
Okay,
is,
so-
you take the dollar amounts, you have the 101, you do the new construction number, you do the refund levy and come up with a number. So you have specific numbers for using those, for those two. You have specific numbers for veterans and mental health. Then, those two numbers added together, subtract from 25 million and put all that into current expense on there. And break it out by those three numbers. You're wanting a current expense number?
No, you don't want to break out the certificate. You can break out the certification by number like she did, but have all of it included like she did last year. But I don't break those worksheets don't get broken out because there's not.
Because how do you, if you want to do less for veterans, how do you manipulate the numbers to do less for veterans?
They gave me the numbers to do
Right,
that.
that's the thing.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. They give me this amount with this amount, but it's all included up here.
Right. Okay, so they're giving you a mental health. If they give you the mental health number and give you the veterans number, and then 25 million minus those two numbers would be what's left. But all you're needing is this full amount, and you just need two numbers, right? For mental health and veterans.
Correct.
So if all we have to do is the math for
Yeah.
veterans and mental health, you don't have to do the math for current expense.
Correct. But I can't do the math. I don't have the budget, so nor do I want to, nor do I have the authority to do so.
If I have the starting number for veterans and mental health, and I have the latest new construction number, then I can do the math.
okay, so basically, Missy, it would be taking the 25,552,000 minus the 211,000 and the 463, if we keep the same amount, no.
So no. The 25 million would be like what you're asking for in total.
Okay,
Yeah, doesn't mean you're gonna get 25 million.
okay. But then we subtract out the veterans, and so
Yeah,
we lose.
From that, I think it's you would be.
About 700,000.
Yeah,
basically.
and you would take that from your 24, it's on the bottom of page 2, on the left-hand side where it says post-shift levy amount at 24,569. You're gonna subtract those amounts from that number.
Okay.
Which section?
Page 2, bottom left, right there, very bottom.
Okay.
And we have a feeling it's gonna be around the 460,000 and the 211,000, okay.
All right,
Not these numbers. The refund.
I included these numbers in that refund amount. That's how you get to the 24.
where's the new construction? Where's
Okay.
the new construction?
Do we have any more questions on the
Okay, got that number. All I have
levy?
to do is grab the numbers for, I don't know what refund numbers. Okay, and then I'll grab then just a starting number,
There's 3 fund numbers right here.
and this is, I'm just using these as a starting number to do the calculations. Okay, are you gonna do that, do you want that, how fast?
Do you want a piece of paper or do you want a copy? You better.
Carol, you have your copy of this already, don't you? You'll have your,
Well, I
You better
don't-
make
if
a
I
copy.
had one, I don't know where it's at.
okay.
So what numbers are you trying to put together right now?
I'm trying to do the
Veterans and mental
veteran
health.
health numbers to tell her what those numbers, she needs to know just those numbers, or what the target calculation is for. Then whatever's left, as long as it stays under 25 million, goes to current expense.
It will stay under.
Mandy, do you know what they budgeted? What did did Renew have any budget numbers for the property taxes?
They don't normally give us a budget for that, it's just what Daryl says.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
don't
I
have
never
anything in
give
there.
them the numbers.
We don't have anything in there.
If you're wanting, do you want a 15 minutes for you to make this new number? For me to go up and calculate it
That
for
would be
you?
wonderful.
Sure.
Okay, so then while you're doing that, you're gonna be doing a couple other things, I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
we will. Okay, thanks, Carol. Okay.
I think it was like 400,000 last year.
Yeah, 463, 677, so it's gonna be close to that. Okay, I just didn't know if I put something in. Daryl will get that number, so moving on to what's the next step we need to look at?
Gotcha.
Amanda, it looks like we have $24 million in reserve.
Yes.
What do you anticipate we're gonna end the year at? Do you have any idea?
January of 24.
They do have expiration.
I think we probably are looking between 22, 23 million.
22, 23?
Mm-hmm.
Mandy, can I ask you a question about your monthly expenditure sheet?
Mhm.
So Vanessa reconciles our budget every month, and I'm looking at what we show as of November 19th. You're showing me at 98% of my budget, but I have me at 57.8% of my budget.
For which one?
Central services. And I'm not sure if there's just something I'm missing there. I know that there was an addition to my budget, some money we put into the Avidex project that was just added to my budget line. I don't know if that's throwing it off. You've got me at a total expenditure year to date of 201,000, and I show 101,000. Is it possible that was just a
Yeah, it could be wrong.
Because otherwise, because some of the other numbers are, they seem correct. It's just that one that's just kind of. I guess it's just something we could look at.
I see that you
You are, Daryl's up there too. The Treasurer's Office, Central Services, and Human Resources.
I'm assuming this expenditure sheet that we're looking at here, man, that doesn't include benefits and wages, right? It's just expenditures.
It's everything.
It should be benefits and wages as well.
Okay, all right, that might be where the anomaly is, because what Vanessa sent me doesn't have the.
I'm not looking for make a difference. I mean, I have your wages and benefits, budgeted at almost 100,000 by itself.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe that's what it is, so, okay.
Okay, so our employee retention has gone down from 2 million to 374,000, is that correct?
We did do the transfers.
I'm gonna say we had 800,000 in new employees that would have come out, maybe 600,000. And then our,
Not all of them. No, there's not the ones for the salary survey, but.
The ones that they paid on
Yeah. That one, I haven't done that one yet because it's gonna move the expenses directly to there.
you want the account number, it's 105.
Let me take a look at it. It doesn't, so I think that it's missing the beginning balance that was there. And so that's the remaining of the 1.1 million. Almost 400,000 or 385,000.
Okay, so it's, okay, that would make more sense.
So the
because-
carryover is in NGP.
Okay.
That's why that report is not including that ending balance.
Okay, the employee, okay, so we have.
So the 2 million that would have been in there before we started the year has not been, well, some of it has been expended, but it's not. It's, yeah. That's what's
not a
missing.
correct number, okay.
Yeah.
Ask what the correct number is.
Yes. What? I think I have it right here. $2,060,000. 60,000.
Okay, sounds more like it.
This is for my reconciliation. Sounds better, yes.
Cindy, what are you looking at? You're getting those numbers.
Okay, so I'm looking at the county roads, the other fund, the county roads, paths and trails. This would be the 105 that is supposed to, thought we put some money in.
You're looking at the remaining number?
Yeah, it should be 2,060,000, which we had, I think, 2.5 million. We've taken 385,000. It should be for the seller survey and for that stuff. I was just making sure. So we are at 2,060,000, the 105 account on page, I think it's like 3.
Yeah, I was just looking at the
just wanted to make sure
expenditure
it's
side
right.
and it didn't match the revenue side, so I wasn't really understanding
Okay.
what you were talking about.
I was looking at that account, what happened to all the funds, so I jumped ahead.
What? Yeah, 2 million.
Yeah, so now this number, instead of 374,000, it has 2,060,000.
Oh, wow.
Because they've only spent 385,000, which makes sense because it should have been the salary survey that we've been doing.
Which is on my,
Yeah,
the ones that
385,000.
HR has paid for, it's on my list to still move those over.
Okay,
So those would still be included in HR's budget on this report.
oh, that's why HR is probably over there on their budget.
Yep.
Okay. So Daryl should have a pretty close number of what we've got to get to, so we can punch all those numbers in. And we're gonna be 8-point-something million over budget. I'm just going by.
If we don't make any cuts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have some that made a significant increase from last year. It's hard to look at the sheriff's increase because he put a 7% employee increase in his 2025 budget, where everybody else did not have that increase. So his gap is even a bigger increase of revenue, expenditure growth, because nobody else added that 2 or 3% for the sheriff in the 2025 budget. When we said do not put any additions, where the sheriff did
It was closer to 6%.
6% that was added in. Unbeknownst to us until after the fact. No, I mean, we're gonna have to, the only way to balance this budget is we're gonna have to start doing cuts. So do we push it back and say, everybody take out? I need to find that number, 2 or 3%. I feel better pushing it back onto each department. I know Danny kind of went through and did calculations on his own, but I don't know. I mean, there's things that we can easily take out of our budget. It'll be easier for us to figure out than having somebody else come in to do it.
Reducing that $8 million, $9 million deficit, that has nothing to do with capital projects, right? That's all internal to the department.
Yeah, no, there's capital projects, fairgrounds. Fairgrounds are still in capital, in current expense. Or were they not added in?
We've allocated it to other sources. So there's that, what I sent last time has an unfunded amount of $64,000. So if that were to.
So I was looking at the capital, yesterday. It looked like we still had some in current expense and it was the fairgrounds. But let me look. But maybe not.
Some significant changes in their budget. Pretty much.
Communication, 7,500. Replacement was something 35,000. and an upgrade 7,500, a total of 50,000.
And you're talking capital requests.
Yep, and I don't know in their purple, are they in our budget? If for current expense?
There hasn't been anything for capital allocated out of current expense. There's estimated, if we were to approve all of the requests, we have 64,000 that would have to come from current expense.
Okay, and planning has a $14,000 license. Okay, I see. Okay, so no, we don't even have our capital facilities in current expense to answer that question.
So cutting down that $9 million deficit is purpose looking at their current budgets, what their projected budgets are for next year. And
Unless they find a source of revenue.
making cuts to.
Yep, let me find, so if I gotta find my budget here. I don't know of any other way right now.
Is there a way to run a calculation if we were to freeze all of the requests for new positions next year, what that delta would be, what that difference is? And unfortunately, we can't hire anybody next year.
Yeah, it's not gonna save 9 million.
No, I'm just wondering.
But I think on the reserve, we could probably take, we took 4 million out last year. I recommend taking any more than 4 million out because it just compounds.
More not fixing the problem.
No, because your 4 million is now 4.5 million this year.
That's why frivolous don't work, because frivolous just spends the escape the can on revenue.
Isn't the part of that the insurance?
It could have been added on, but that came out, yeah, that came out of 23, or it came out of 24's budget to pay part of 25's.
Right.
That's gonna be a carryover for both those departments.
You would go calculate those
Okay,
numbers.
just a minute, I need to find
yeah.
out what I can find.
Well,
No, let me go to my email.
I don't know how they look at
Didn't
that.
have,
Well,
I had
it
line
should be.
numbers.
You
Of what the
technically,
starting amount is, because it was a little different. Using the number I had access to. That logic.
There might be a couple.
hey Mandy, I have another question.
Yeah?
So if I'm looking at your Grant County
Yeah,
monthly expenditure
that would
sheet
work.
here,
The
Mhm.
only thing that's
you look
not
at
the perfect is
line,
that base
I'm
tax.
just using this as an example.
I'm doing, I have
Line
access to
14,
what we actually levy.
114 for the sheriff. Their
Right.
remaining budget
Yours
for the year is
would be
2.23.
Minus,
Mine
minus,
is-
minus some
Mine
adjustment.
is that plus whatever refund was last
You
year
see
was the
where I'm saying
211,
that on
so
there?
that.
For the
On
base
revenues?
should be close.
No, this is
So all
monthly
we're doing is
expenses.
gonna,
Current
it'd probably
expense,
be easy. for
Current
them to
expense
pay
for the
quarterly, not
October 2025.
maybe 220.
For sheriffs?
Yeah,
Even a month.
Yeah, they could even them up.
under remaining
And then-
budget, it shows 2.23
For those
million.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
differences.
so let's say they only spend $1 million of that.
Okay.
Does that remaining budget get carried over and count against that deficit?
No.
I didn't think so.
But when we created the original budget for 2025, we had an estimated ending fund balance. Are we projected to be meeting that, Daryl?
What?
Because that's where we would see the savings.
Yeah.
Is we would either be higher or lower than anticipated. So last year, for the budget for 2025, the amount that we said we could dip into reserves was to put us at a certain fund balance at year-end fiscal 25. What was that number and are we close or?
I can tell you what that number was based on last year's value, I can't tell you close or what.
What was it?
Was it
Well, I
17
don't, I
million?
can't do my head, I have to go back upstairs and find that
Was
number.
it 17 million?
No, it was at 23, 24 million. Or higher.
I thought it was
or
lower,
maybe
but-
27 million, I don't know.
I feel like 27 is what we were at last year. So we took out 4 million.
I can go back up
It's
there.
21.
Go get that.
Sorry, Daryl. Well, so our budget has increased only, I won't say only, but 2025 budget is 71 million. 2026 budget is 73 million, so we have a $2 million. Are we losing revenue somewhere? Do we have? We've only found out 2 million in expenses. But our revenue.
Last year's revenue.
Our revenue.
I don't know, I was just trying to.
Yeah, according to this, our revenues dropped 24 million too.
See, that's why I asked Daryl this morning, and he said no. Do you remember that? Kevin?
He said his should be the same.
Yeah, you got it pretty close to the same.
What are we not adding in here?
And I brought up the jail sales tax that we're gonna be losing and that kind of thing, but
ERP reserve is down. I'm just going through the revenue now.
Just under 24 million, so 23. Where they'll be.
Grant administration.
Insurance money came out of 20 budget to pay for 24.
But it was current expense. So it should have been, well, I guess that would account for it. Yeah, I feel like we're,
so
okay, the jail construction, okay. We have a $40 million difference from last year and this year.
Daryl didn't seem to be fazed by that this morning though when I brought that
Well,
up.
I'm just trying to figure out where's our shortfall? If we're only $2 million off on our budget.
Well, and maybe we're kind
Last
of
year,
looking
this year.
for a needle in a haystack here too. I know that in 2025, I guess we didn't budget the correct insurance amount, but where did we pay for it from in 2025?
In 2024, we paid for it out of current expense and miscellaneous general government, so that would have brought it down. Was it 2 million? I don't know what, I don't think we paid the entire amount.
I'm not sure about 2023's, but 2025's, it got spread across the departments that was
Okay,
applicable to.
2023 is probably what we paid for 2024, because we had extra money. Because you were here in 2025. We paid for some in 2025 out of current expense, or out of miscellaneous general government.
Sure.
I can't remember, my years are
Yeah.
running together.
I want to get back to what I was thinking about, and you can tell me I'm all wet. I just want to make sure. So if we have an ending fund balance, let's say, at the end of the year, 12/31, okay? Wow, before that, typically, all AP batches for every expense a county is going to make, we have to have to accounting by 12/10 or something like that, right? So we have an idea in early December what the total spend for the year was across the entire county. So let's say that our ending fund balance is in the black by $4 million. That was our bucket total in current expense over all the departments. That $4 million doesn't count against our shortfall that we're trying to make up because it's $4 million we're carrying over. Does that make sense, or am I just wrong?
So you still, it really does, it makes it a higher fund balance at the beginning of the year, but you're still making up the gap with your fund balance. It's not giving you more money.
So what I'm thinking is, okay, so, we're trying to whittle down this 8 million. But if we can forecast out at least like 2 or 3 million, maybe now we're only whittling down 6 million.
Yeah, if we keep the targeted amount of our ending fund balance to be like 20 million, right? Yeah. And then we end up having a $4 million surplus in this year's budget, we can consider that as part of filling in the gap toward the 20 million. It's going to help us get there a little bit easier.
The insurance that didn't get budgeted was like 2 million or 2.5 million or something. I don't remember what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's spread across all the departments. Wouldn't that have caused all of the departments to be kind of over budget anyway?
Yeah, but we did.
Is it a moot point that I'm even asking?
Yeah, because it was out of current expense, but we took it out the year before. What was our current expense? I'll look online. Sorry, I'm just on it mission right here. What was the 2025 current expense revenue total
For all of 2025?
for current expense?
For the budget?
Yeah, I'm gonna
What we
look at
budgeted.
it.
I'll
look online, but
It was 70,370,000. And for current expense this year with the revenue, with the 8 million, well, almost $9 million gap, we're only estimating 71 million, not that much higher.
And that's taking 9 million out of reserve.
Yes.
So we're at
63, 62.
Yeah,
And last year was only 4.
Okay, so last year we had, and we're missing, we have a revenue shortfall here.
I mean, I compare the two, 2026 to 2025. I mean, it's scattered across, reductions across the board, 10,000 here, 20,000 there. Some of it is larger, but they're the other proprietary type funds, Renew, Public Works, those are the largest hits in revenue streams. So in current expense, it's very comparable. It's not a huge dip
Okay,
in
so last year we
revenues.
had 66 million because we used 4 million out of reserve. So to get our 70 million. So this year we have 62 million, we have a $4 million shortfall, but it could have been that 2.5 million from insurance. It was paid previously. We're like a year behind. But I think that started in 2020. I think our problem at December 2023, it was paid. And then we forgot to put that in the budget for 2025 because it was for 24.
And then that 2025 amount was just spread across all the departments. That's how we paid for it, right?
Well, I think we forgot to.
No,
In 2025.
the extra 2 million got spread across the
Oh, it did.
departments.
For
It was
26
it was
or
for
for
specific
25?
assets. It wasn't the shared liability.
Okay. So it could be.
But it wasn't budgeted.
No, it wasn't budgeted.
I'm just short.
I feel like I'm chasing a ghost number here, trying to figure out how to make this number show up where it makes sense. Am I making sense to you?
Yes and no.
Yeah, if we have.
No, I understand what you're saying, yes.
But to end our year in.
Do you know how much for year-end budget extensions yet? Is that gonna affect any of this? That's gonna be quite a number.
Yes, it will.
We're gonna have some. I don't know yet if current expense is one of those.
You have to start advertising for that here at the beginning of December. as well.
Yes.
I would, if we're in this kind of a quandary with the budget, I'd be advertising it now. I mean, it's already.
Without the numbers, I don't.
Because we have to be very specific. Is part of the problem with that. I'd love to be broad and be.
Well, it's not so much broad as much as send an email out to all departments saying, hey, we've got a budget shortfall here we're staring down, and we need to know if you're gonna be within your budget or you're gonna require budget extension, and if so, why and how much. Most of your department heads ought to be able to be forecasting at this point where they're gonna be with their budgets. I mean, it's November. It's mid-November, it's late November. So they should have some idea where they are. I mean, if you were to ask me that question, I would dive in and have you an answer in a day or two.
Because if their budget was tight, you would have an expectation from the commissioners that you should be restraining your purchases for the rest of the year to stay under budget. Well, you don't, but I think some departments don't even look at it and just keep spending. And then you guys will just raise the budget and say it's okay. Well, not you.
I can tell you exactly where I'm at. I mean, literally, I could go to my office and tell you where I'm at. We keep track of
Well, that's what I mean. So
everything.
You know where you're at.
Well, I
So,
know where
I
I
mean-
should be if transfer was
Yeah,
transferred.
the
Yeah, with
Transfer.
transfers and had, even though the revenues haven't been posted since May, we've been reconciling as best we could.
But that's where the remaining unbalanced transactions and what funds are affected that are not current expense budgets. Because we still had over 2 million that Connie told me about.
Yeah, I have that list.
Because you had a big, over half of it resolved in the beginning of this month. And then we're just waiting for the remaining of this month.
So, majority of it's not gonna be current expense.
So
Which actually is good for current expense, but for the other departments that it is, do they know that their cash balance is actually less than what the report's been going out to them?
I'm not sure, but to go back again, I'm trying to figure out how much, as we talked about taking out of reserves, and again, this is my first year getting to pay attention to the whole thing. So sorry if my questions are stupid, but you know, last year we took 4 million from reserves, but that doesn't include the shortfall of almost $3 million in this insurance deal that wasn't budgeted, right? 2.8 million, 3 million. So really, I mean, was it the equivalent of taking 7 million out of reserves once, because that wasn't budgeted, and even though it was spread across departments, it's more like we took 7 million from reserves, right? It was just.
I can pull that up.
Well, see, that's the
Because
problem
the
with.
budgets were
It's
approved,
more like 6 million.
right? The budgets were approved, everybody had their budgets, and it was after the budget was adopted, everything, it's the new year, and we added 3 million that we had to pay for, so really. It
Is
was
that
like
the
having
bill you
7
came
million,
up with?
2.8 million or whatever it was.
Is that what was it? At first it was like
Well, no, you're talking about the big
16,000 or?
insurance bill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That wasn't factored in.
right. It came after the first year.
Yeah, so it's really kind of like we took 7 million out, not 4 million out of reserves.
But reserves of not just current expense, but many other funds as well. So that's the problem when we talk about reserves, we're talking about a multitude of funds and not just current expense.
And understand, I'm not advocating for taking 9 million out of reserves. I'm just trying to understand if the insurance deal is having an effect now that we're not recognizing, that's all, not realizing. Does that make sense? To some point?
Yeah. It's ever gonna not have an effect.
Well, I just want to make sure we're recognizing it now and making sure it's not hosing us and trying to figure out what we want to do.
Well, especially for, you got the domestic violence, you have all those things where they're getting grants. This insurance should be part of the recoverable costs. And so that's why you really need to reflect the insurance of each fund and each department, how it's broken out. Now, the way it's broken out for current expense, that's, I don't see a logic to it, but there's a lot of decision-making is done, because I didn't see, it didn't look like a per person cost. It looked like a grouping of possibly things, but that's Blair and how he did that. And that's just the way it is. But those things should be broken out per departments for insurance, for each department fund of current expense. But not just them that see the real cost of your office, because I recover costs for my assessment billings. And those are the things I would incorporate as getting reimbursed on for my assessment districts. And so it's good to have direct costs versus indirect. Indirect is utilities and all your electricity and everything that you make estimates, and indirect is all the work TS does,
So I
which is a
think,
big value.
am I right in, if we were to take like 4 million out of reserve, we need to get down to 66 million. So every budget needs to be cut in current expense 8%.
So
I mean, I don't see another way unless we're find some
But
revenue
what is
somewhere.
your target? Okay, right now, this is the end of year this year of your cap. That is just under a little over $26.2 million. Now, because we had a lesser value, that number would have been lower than that.
We were just gonna, I just had the amount that we have in reserve. What was 20, we're gonna end the year probably in 21 to 22 million. Is a guess. Are you saying we have more?
Well, when you're looking at cash balances, we don't have much of a drop from last year. So what is it that I don't
22 to
know about?
23 million.
Well, that's what we're
I
trying
don't
to
know,
figure out.
Daryl.
Yeah, well,
we're all
that's the thing is
short
what I
off.
don't know about of transfers out of current expense to other funds. How much,
I did them in October.
okay.
There's
Well,
not any
then,
more.
to see, our balance in October and the cash balance wasn't
We have
that
24,500,000.
Oh,
Mandy, just as an aside, so maybe we can get together after. Vanessa just sent me an updated budget report. And where you've got me year to date at 201,000, she has me at 206,000. The interesting thing is you have me at 98% of my budget, but we show us at 73%. So maybe we can just get together and maybe take a look at that.
okay, yeah.
Daryl, do you have this budget amount? So we have 24,533,000 on hand. As of October 31st.
right. And normally, and you got the October taxes, but we're gonna not have this November tax big boost because a lot of the, with the refunds meant there wasn't the second halves that had to be paid. They got a refund back and the lowering of the current year, which then is either refund or very little left to pay for second half versus the normal second half payment we get from our large data centers and other huge industries. So our November taxes is going to be the big drop in revenue. Now, it looks like sales tax, we're still staying ahead with our sales tax and everything, our investment and stuff like that. So, but I'm not, so what you're saying, you believe we're going to be down to 21 million?
No, 22 to 23, correction.
Okay.
Well, no, that's just a guess, like,
No,
we're just trying to
Yeah,
figure
well,
out.
that's the thing is, that's like when we, the 4.9 we're off, actually, a lot of that was not current expense. So, yeah, and we actually showed that in the current expense number at the end of October. So we showed taking the, well, no, we actually took it out for October. It was in September, but not October. We split it out.
So Daryl, what's your best guess that we're gonna end the year at?
I mean, we couldn't just like add 3 million to the ending cash balance or something like that. I mean, it's still gonna be down from.
Well, we were intending it to be down. And with the 26 million, then you don't have to worry about the cap.
We're down.
But we would have been like at 25 million last year, which we were over the cap.
So is 8%,
Well,
unless we find revenue, Daryl, I don't know how to fix this.
Well, I'm still, where is our expense increases? In current expense?
Yeah, I don't, everybody has a little bit here, a little there.
Because my budget's only 1% higher. So without the knowledge of the insurance.
If I could print.
Because what we
and then
need
compare my-
is,
Well, I guess what we need is a comparison of the actuals spent this year versus the requests this year to see
Yes.
what
Because-
that delta is.
right, because asking 8% for each department, you may have departments that hardly change at all, and then they have to still cut, even though they didn't increase their budget hardly at
Well,
all.
that's an like printing.
And so,
Mine was all public works.
yeah, those are the type of things we have no control of. And so that's what, I sort of like, what was the budget for this year for each department? And then what is the fee and see where these increases are going to happen that are $9 million.
Micro
Where
mini.
where do we find more revenue then?
You can. Try and put that again, use account titles as- So active sheet letter. Oh, it's, yeah. You have to try and not fit all the columns.
Because say the jail's increasing,
You want that whole.
that's a logical assumption. You also are planning on using the 135 fund to cover some of those costs. So are you taking the revenues of transfers from other funds in your 9 million? Are you incorporating those revenue sources in your difference?
No idea.
Because I have a transfer from current expense, from treasurer's O&M to the current expense. Are those type of things being reflected in our balance? Is transfers from other funds?
Any idea on that, Mandy?
Transfers in?
Yes, transfers in from other funds into current expense.
Like on the jail fund. Did we move in money from the fund to cover current expense costs for
For the,
employees?
yes,
How do I print this?
that was done.
Because it's trying to print this.
I don't know
Do we
about
have any
your
in this
treasurer
one?
O&M, what?
You're
Do we
trying
have
to
any
just
in
print
the
that.
26
Just-
that we're trying to adopt?
Let me hit
No,
this.
there's nothing like that for 26.
So there's still money that you could.
Instead of acquisition.
Just to supplement
click
the
on see
payroll?
Current, well, is it-
I don't know if that's the direction they want to go with it.
go back to where it went, so.
I thought they didn't want to keep doing that.
Scroll down where it says custom scaling.
What's the O&M transfer you're talking about?
Always have to sheet.
It's under the 106
How do I print
revenue budget. Of 75,000 transfer in from treasurer's O&M. It's also on the expense side of the treasurer's O&M.
I'm just gonna go manually.
Transferring to cover cost of both cost of salary, benefits,
I don't have a
and
good way to print that.
equipment.
Well,
That all get paid out of current expense, and then I use the fund to reimburse current expense for spending money on things that are treasurer's O&M.
Does Carrie do that at the beginning of the year?
No, we usually do it at the end of the year.
Okay, well, then it hasn't been done yet.
Right, but it's a part of every year's budget. So it hasn't been done this year yet. We just did in November some huge transfers on foreclosure surplus.
Yeah,
And then we have the REC big revenue coming in
district court is actually.
for next month. That's the 420,000 with regarding interest, and then the property tax payment. So we have these large revenue things coming in December that we're budgeted for. So I'm not sure, I think we're
so then
gonna
it's
be,
probably not as large of a fund balance dip as that we were estimating then. Yeah, because I didn't estimate it on a large increase of inflows in December.
but I also, in my report I gave you, I also projected the revenues for all these major funds of what target is of receiving by the end of the year. So were those used to see,
For 2025?
yes,
In the 2026 estimates, you put that in there?
yes,
I didn't notice.
yeah, I have the years, each year, and then I do a budgeted, what you have on the year, and then I do a revenue expectation for year end to show how much we still expect, because whatever you have, all these differences you have now versus the year end is revenues that are gonna come in. I do that every year for current expense. And that's why it takes so long. As I do all that work of making sure I have a good feel of what we're gonna get this year before I make decisions for next year.
And you thought our revenues were way down or closer to neutral?
Well, I know our property tax revenues are gonna be about 2.5 less than what was budgeted. Well, it looks like our sales tax is gonna be above by probably at least $1 million, if not more.
Enough to offset the losses of the sales tax?
Well, no, I'm talking about this year.
Oh,
That next year, based on growth and what I'm told about the cedar crop, that's supposed to be starting next year, and some major PUD expansion projects. I was told the other one, Cooley City one, that's not gonna start till probably 27, 28
That might have been the
Well,
one
that's-
I thought they didn't do.
project. But because they got a big problem with getting a
That's okay,
line
'cause it's not
to that area.
Transmission line.
Transmission line that hasn't been done yet. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
can't start it until they get that done.
This one they
So,
did.
which also means is that gonna be sales tax on that huge transmission line? Are we gonna get revenue on? I don't know if the feds get off on tax free or if that's gonna be a taxable event, because that's gonna be a large value for the feds to be building out.
That's just 501.
But that's probably not gonna start, I don't know if it'll start late next year or start in
No,
'27.
that's for tech services.
I couldn't factor that
I
in.
think it's typed wrong.
Plus, I just learned
That's
about
not
it
right.
yesterday.
It's not right, because I use the same
Do
worksheet.
you think that the assessed value?
Typo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But that one doesn't show in there, gosh.
The 501, it should be 501.
Say that question again.
Is there a reason
It
why you
isn't,
think
I'm
the
looking at
tax
501, but the
income
one
is
big
gonna
one
be
does,
less
but
next
then
year?
that one doesn't show.
Real estate taxes?
Real estate tax? It would defy all the efforts of the administration trying to stir housing. I think there's gonna be a housing boom, not boom, a increase.
I would agree.
I think there's gonna be an increase for REIT, that's a REIT benefit, plus an administrative fee, that's a side benefit. And with REIT, gives you more potential of funding and paying debt and things like that.
So Daryl, your 2026 budget is less than your 2025 budget. The 666,000, which I don't think that's correct. And your 2025 budget was 1,002,000.
I thought there was something that was gonna be added to it to put it over, because I got something that was a different number that put it over.
Well, I'm just looking at,
But then I think maybe I was making a comparison to what I thought I was gonna be spending this year. And that it was not much of an increase over this year of actual. No, the problem is I have bank service fees and somehow those are going up way more than we were looking for. And of course, you're wanting to control an overtime. Hopefully next year will be less. We're down to, hopefully we have the assessment districts resolved regarding the data they have and having them give back good data for the assessment roles. We're doing a lot of stuff that is overtime. The only time that's gonna be time needed is for the annual report, where most of the overtime will be involved with. And that's where we're trying to get into the new financial software. And we'll see how much that helps for next year.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, that's where.
So read the room, where are we at right now?
Well, first,
I know, I got a typo. Isn't
I'm
there
still
another one?
stuck on, I guess, your
Insurance question.
question about
But
the
it went in there.
insurance. So last year, we were short, we
It's
pulled from
showing up
reserves,
in employee growth.
but the insurance was not part of that original
shows-
pull from reserves.
We-
That came out after,
After the
so that
adoption
was
of the budget.
another $3 million.
Yep.
was it 3 million?
That's where it's supposed to, but that's where it went.
Well,
Could have been.
it's
2.8.
2.8.
It's just
We're
has
with
I'm
different.
rounding out,
This
okay.
just has a different number.
So that was
right here.
another 2.8 million, which puts us just that further
Well,
behind
it's
in
like
2025.
taking 6.8 or 7 million out of reserves, basically.
The insurance was 1.2 million towards current expense, with the majority of it being sheriff's.
2.8 sticks in my head. How much was it?
Well, that's the total amount was 2.6 million, but the amount that was incurred to current expense was only about 1.2 million. I just did it just now, comparing.
And then, but
So-
we didn't have to do.
which I don't know,
Spent
I
it
don't know if
in
insurance
Or it's not, they took
factor
that out of their budget.
could have a effect on misdemeanor costs calculation, which is the old discussion I keep mentioning every year is to get out of contract with the cities on misdemeanor costs, let them keep their sales tax money and go into direct billing for our costs, which will actually generate a lot more money than what we're currently getting.
So I
Right now, we're
guess,
subsidizing the cities for their misdemeanor costs.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where we are and where we're headed. So when we talk about taking money out of the reserves, you don't want to take any more than 4 million out of reserve.
Well, we can, but we have to have 3 months or a percentage to run, so we're gonna get dangerously low, and the problem is that next year, if we take, whatever we take out, it's that much plus a percentage.
No.
You're just going backwards, and then your save is just like we're sitting here this year with a $9 million shortfall because we took the 4 million, and then you're right, probably another 2 million came out of reserve. So it just kind of adds up. So if it's 6 million that we took out, this year we've got to take for sure a little more than 6 million just because, you know, your employees get a higher wage. It just doesn't get.
No, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is what exactly is that number so that we know how to go back to departments and say we have to reduce our budgets by some amount. Where are we headed here in today's meeting?
Well, the first thing is which departments are causing this
Well,
9 million?
I'm looking at the comparables. Almost every department is up a little bit. Some are 500,000, some are more.
25, 26, 25,
Girl,
26.
you are lower, but it bothers me.
I don't think I'm lower. I think
You're
I think I'm a little, I think I'm
666,000.
1% higher than this year's budget.
Okay, well, you're showing 666,000, and last year you were, I'm telling you, you were, $1,002,000.
Well, 666,000 was probably a portion time period of the year in July or August.
Carol, I'm looking at your 2026 budget, so grand total, that comes up to 71 million, so. I'm looking at the piece right here.
She's.
So I'm trying to do comparables, because the commissioners are over a little bit, so we've got to shave off 28,000 off of our district court. Is this year 4.7
I don't know why my expenses are so low.
I'm doing my 2025.
Oh, I
budget,
forgot this 1.1
and then
million
I
has to be
this.
approved to transfer for current
This
salaries.
666, I don't think that's
I don't know if that's
something
gonna
that
say
low.
Wait, what are you talking about?
But I don't
They
think
say
this
I
is right.
presented a budget of
Because-
$666,000.
And it comes up to 71 million.
Mine was $1 million.
Last year we had 72.
And then last year we didn't make any cuts to the budget. Everybody got everything they asked for last year, right? So that's compounded the issue.
I
Because
don't know where
then
this came from. I just pulled it up. So
we didn't make cuts last year. Then we had a $2.6 million overage after the fact, which kind of
Well, I don't
compounded
think
the issue.
this is right,
And
because
now
it can't be
this
less
year,
than.
Again, it's compounding. So
It's like
I'm trying to
not
figure
enough.
out,
Yeah, if we don't reel it in, it's just gonna keep compounding.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out
That's where
what to
it
go
could
back
go.
and tell the department, say, okay, central services, you gotta
What
reduce
am I
by
looking
1 or
at?
2%, or, fairgrounds reduced by.
Mandy, can you
2%.
send me the, like, current expense totals that you have, just so I know?
What? You want,
For 2026, the current expense. Oh, I'm on the same page you are. Okay, I'm right there. I have it. I see the MK, the pink MK. The clerk and the assessor don't have any revenue.
So why is,
Not unless somebody comes in and files for like an application, but that goes for recording fee.
and then,
Is that the budget that was shared, the preliminary in 2026?
Yeah, the 2026 preliminary.
where is these?
I probably had to go, I just Googled it probably in my mail and then click it, and then Mandy's
I
actually
sent
on
that
it.
in that separate email.
There you go.
I know what I.
I just feel like we're missing, I'm hoping I'm missing revenue or something.
This is the one, the active one that we're.
Okay, the clerk shows, this year she doesn't have any any revenue, but she's showing revenue in 2025, so is she not bringing revenue in 2026? So revenue should be, last year, the clerk budgeted 439,000. She has no revenue this year.
Let me look.
The assessor, well, nothing.
However, levies wouldn't happen without me.
Well, no, yeah, you have nothing, but yeah, the clerk should have something.
Oh,
That's-
yeah, she does.
Okay, well, it's not showing up on my, unfortunately, the commissioners do not bring 426,000 in for revenue. We have 41,000.
That's almost $500,000 right there.
You know what? I think we had the clerks and the commissioners in the wrong. So the commissioners
Oh, you're right. It was in
was
the commissioners.
41,000.
Okay, so that's not extra money. It was
Okay, I'm
flip-flopped.
gonna just go through here. Auditor is down. Auditor, you had 1,044,000 last year. Are you sure you're not gonna have that this year? Okay, well, I'm just asking.
And licensing, and I think they were down, so I decreased it a little bit.
The clerk was 439 and now she's at 426 this year. Treasurer was 580.
But a lot of my big revenues happen at the end of the year. So we have the
That's
big
what I
transfers in November that aren't reflected. We have the other transfers that I do for assessment help for lighting districts and O&M that happened in December.
Prosecuting attorney has
And we have the assessment
115,000.
building.
Mandy, prosecuting is 0 out here. Prosecutors should have 115,000.
In revenues?
Yeah, well, that's what they had this year. And they're already at 100,000. Planning had 700,000.
Oh, that's the salary from it's the salary for him.
Okay, jail has 2,070,000. So
We talk about the amount that's coming from the state.
the jail, can we put,
That's what they get.
Right, because we have the bars code that the state tells us it has to go to.
Mandy, can we put 2,000?
2,000?
2,070,000 in the jail revenue?
I need to add some on here.
Coroner this year had 82,000. They're already up to 91. So let's put 90,000 in for the coroner.
He's expecting a reduction because they won't be able to do, they won't be able to, yeah. So do you want me to just increase it?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, central services, nothing resources. I have resources below.
Well, that
central
jail
services.
one was huge.
What is resources? They're between central services and miscellaneous general government, 259,000. There's no number behind it. Do you want me to bring it down? It's on this sheet. Page 1, backside, page 2. Oh, I see what line.
Which one?
Resources. It's like the fourth one down from the bottom.
Central services resources. It's part of, it's overlap from,
Okay, well, that has 259.
wait, no, it's not. Hold on.
That has 259,000.
Was that carryover?
Human resources. I bet it's human resources.
124, yes, it'd be human resources.
259,000. Guys, you're welcome for finding money.
Do
Girl,
they
this
get
is your
revenue?
job.
I thought they didn't get revenue.
Well,
Human resources.
it's budgeted for 2020. Decor, do you get revenue for something?
But were they billing out people and not billing out people now? I mean, that's kind of been one of those.
You don't have this? You don't?
Well, I have Rob's, but I didn't.
Okay, on the backside of that.
I believe human resources, they just bring it.
I should ask you.
No.
You get 259,000 in revenue.
Can you put it for revenue?
So why is juvenile so low?
Huh?
Why is juvenile
What
so
did they
low?
have you add for prosecutor?
Why is what so
They
low?
didn't give me anything.
Juvenile.
Oh, she just told me
They
115,000.
budgeted 757,000, they
Well, I
only
just-
had
well,
103.
for next year, I mean,
I
he's
don't
probably gonna get
know,
more.
some of them
This
didn't
is
have any, Daryl,
50%
so.
Well,
of
year
his
to
wage
date,
right
they're
now, it's gonna go
574.
up.
It was just this period.
So that's
Oh,
what
okay,
that would
okay,
be for
That was just
12
for October.
times.
All right, so the wrong
I wonder if that's
comparison.
what the 115,000
We're
was.
looking at the right cost.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah.
only 116,000
Yeah.
right now when I pulled the revenues, but if you take that and just by 12, it's that.
Okay, 120,000.
Yeah, so I
Okay,
think that
so-
would probably be, because he got a
Well,
little bit
we-
of other stuff.
Okay, so Mandy, with that new
there's a
revenue,
WAPA
can you
grant.
reduce it so it zeroes out to the 71 million?
Yeah, the jail, why is the jail?
So reduce it by 2,115,500.
Because we're doing budgets based on these revenues that are.
That's- We
departments
found
are telling us.
some and we got.
Yeah, they can't even
Guys,
come close to the
$2.1
revenues.
million,
Now,
you're
but you just asked
welcome.
me about the jail. What's the question on the jail?
Okay, so they're at, year to
So
date, they're
2.9
budgeted
fund?
for revenues, $2.07
What was her
million.
2.9
Okay,
fund?
so you're talking
Jail.
about the current jail.
The current jail
administration.
fund,
So we're down, we got
No,
reserved
That's not the project fund, that's the
7,057,000.
current.
that's the jail fund, yes, under current expense.
And then we could put revenue like,
And we only got 826,000.
are we doing anything in historical preservation?
I think
That's
that you guys are
revenue.
talking about trying to use that money for that laser.
So the
is that what you guys
salaries,
gonna do?
Okay,
Did we,
Laser
I want to make
vision?
sure I'm clear with you, Daryl. So when you're talking about the jail with the 826, you're talking about the current jail and the administrative, not the capital project.
Right.
Okay.
So here they have a budget of $2.07 million of revenue we are counting on, and they only have 826,000.
do they have grants that are coming in later? Daryl, I was really proud of myself. Don't pop my balloon. My ego's on the line. I need more something to drink. So if we do adjust it, but I feel good about the 7 million. So we only
Getting
really
closer.
need to cut like 3 million or find 3 million in other accounts that can be backfilled into paying for some of our current
Daryl, where's
expenses.
your 106 expenses?
Email the same day as all those other ones. and
Daryl might have more than
separate
600,000 in his. Not trusting that number.
Probably is the same one there, you got the treasurer O and M numbers.
Well, I don't.
May have to do like a 3 or 4% cut. I'm gonna have to get sleep on some creative transferring of funds that are legal. We were talking about historical preservation for the scanning,
What's that? Wasn't it for that?
planning.
Yes. You talked about using that for that, but I think we moved it to that already, didn't we?
Did we?
The one.
No, we
request
didn't.
for
Because if we
laser
did,
fish?
we would have had, that would have been a revenue source that comes into here, into current expense. We don't have it showing a revenue piece.
Do we know exactly how much? It's.
I texted Phil to ask him.
What?
I texted
But
Phil to
you
ask him
wouldn't
about
transfer the money from historical to pay for it out of
We'd
historical
move the
preservation.
expenses out.
We can move their expenses out, or we put it under current expense as a revenue, because in here it's a revenue. In here, the historical, it's 14,000 that came out of
But you're
that. I
gonna
mean,
pay
that's
that- You're
a,
gonna pay that bill out there. I mean, I would, that's what I do with the O and M. Somebody's gonna use, if I use O and M, I expense that at O and M.
okay, so you don't count it, so you take it out of,
The fund
well,
that it's
however you want to do it,
from.
if you want to take it out of current expense, or put the revenue into current expense, or take the expense out of current expense. So however you want to make that
I don't even know where it was originally. Was
planning.
it supposed to be coming out?
Planning,
Yeah.
planning.
That one request
I don't
for
think
that
we,
licensing?
Yeah, I just don't know how much of it is gonna be towards,
Well, or
do you want to do it all?
I think that's what, is that
I
what
thought
you
we
wanted
wanted to
to
do it all,
do?
but
From-
see here, just so you
From
can see.
your
Michelle.
historical preservation money, you wanted to use that for that
This-
laser fish?
This is,
Or
current expense, and then we have it right here. So if we put 100,000, we would be down to 6
Yeah, but I don't think you
million.
can put, cause it's, didn't we move historical out of?
We took 14,000 out.
Yeah, that's the old one. It's a standalone fund now.
It's down
But it's
to-
not fixed in the report designer. GP's
Oh, so
report
really you don't
designers.
have anything in here.
But
It's
we
all
would
in its
take
own
out
fund.
100,000, if we took out.
We could.
whatever that. So however you make it happen, it'll either take the expense will come out of current expense, or the revenue will show up in current expense.
Okay.
Okay, guys? I'm really trying to get.
Oh, we're just moving money from historical preservation and different fund in the current
We gotta
expense
move,
to pay for
we
it.
gotta move expenses out.
Because they're
So we're
gonna
just gonna
do,
reduce
they
planning
were doing
expenses.
scanning
Right.
and historical.
So,
funds. We can take the money out of historical funds.
I thought we had already
So
moved
that's
it
about 100, do you know how much?
to the historical.
Can somebody come out with the total amount, because we can do benefits and everything, the whole cost of that new position for Jeff. And
But I thought that could only be a temporary position.
Yeah, it can't be funded from it. I don't think you can do a funded project. It's only can be a project.
Yeah, it's only a project position, so it would be short term.
So let's do half of it then.
You have the,
I don't know that you can do half of it from it. I mean, they currently have funding for a part-time or half-time position.
And then they quit, then they hired a.
Right,
full-time.
went to a full-time FTE, so you could do half out of their budget, out of buildings budget, and half out of
That historical.
but that half is only going to be a project
I think
position,
that it's,
right?
I think you can only do project. I don't think you can fund the
Well,
salary.
You
out
can
of it.
contract out to entity to do the work.
But it'll give us
Right.
some revenue.
Yeah.
Work with me, guys.
We're trying, we're trying.
So I've heard you say a couple of numbers. I want to make sure I'm square. So we were at 8, then you were down at 6, but I heard you did I hear you say something about 3 million? We only have to cut 3 million.
Okay, well, I feel pretty good about taking $4 million out of reserve.
So
We can
I
make it
can't
work.
find
That- I
it,
mean,
Carol.
that's just Cindy though. That's just me. So we're
Can't
down
find
to 7,057,000, but I still don't believe that Daryl is, his budget is 666,000. So if we took like,
So you have
put
the,
$50,000 out of current expense, which would be the new planning person for 2026 budget. So then we would be down to like 7,007,000. So we only have to cut.
no, it's actually worse. This is causing making it worse because you're not reflecting the right budget for my office.
They have to kind of keep track of it though.
Equipment? Can you equipment?
Well, we don't have any equipment in current expense. I'm just trying to peel it
I
out.
did expenses, he gave me revenues. He gave me a spreadsheet of revenues, so I did the revenues. And
Across different
he's saying his
Yeah.
expenses are different, but I can't
I
find
believe
Anything
that's
that shows
anything
that.
that shows
Yeah.
different expense.
In my budget,
And I don't
have,
believe-
I think it
so,
was, what,
I don't know.
15,000?
Can I go steal the water out of the fridge? I don't know whose water it is.
That's everybody's.
It's ours to use.
I will tell you.
Well, no, I think we can make this work, and then, I know we have extra fluff in our budget, I don't wanna call it fluff, but it's probably not the year to go to, we put Washington DC in our budget, we need to take that out. Or at least just send one commissioner. We have things that we can, we have miscellaneous general government, we can take the 10,000 out for training. And if we don't do the, I mean, there's things that we can.
I'll get you another one if you find another 3 million.
You're worth a bottle of water
Where's
for
Rob? I
finding
ran Rob off, like, I need him for creative.
Thanks, Kevin.
For example, Cindy,
No, it's too late.
You should have yelled at me.
I know HR has
Are you getting?
laser.
Would you like one?
Please, I'm running out.
Happy to get that.
For training
Thank you.
and setup of Laserfish.
And we have Laserfish too. Mandy, how much is in historical? 267?
Almost $250,000, more than $250,000.
Okay, so I think it's safe to say that we could take
So I'm just gonna pour
100,000
it in my
out
cup,
of,
so thank you.
for, we have a lot of Laserfish.
One that sits
I
right.
think the fairgrounds has some Laserfish. Caitlin, are you doing training with Laserfish, some travel this year? Yeah, I think we can, we have several, I think we can do it.
If it's partially funding someone, then they'll have to keep track of hours.
Oh. And even, I think Laserfish, we can, for preservation, it can pay for software and Like when they go to the
Buy
training.
the software.
The software is
You can't fund
fine.
a person, I mean, unless it's a project. If you're paying for a person to come and do that, just that project, and then they're gonna leave, you could probably fund it out of there. But you can't pay a salary out of it, a permanent salary out
No,
of
but
it.
we can do something, we can do some of HR's laserfish training and feeling good about this.
So, for example, we need a scanner. It's a minimal amount. I mean, it's $2,000, but we need a scanner to be able to scan all of our data into laserfish, correct? So,
If it's, for mine, it has to be something we have to retain permanently, the information. So as
Yeah,
long as you
building planning
can justify,
would have
it's got something in there you're gonna keep permanently,
Building planning has,
then you should be fine. You just can't fund a salary. You can't fund
Right.
somebody's salary.
I'm not trying to supplant anybody.
you guys, Rob is on his knees right now praying for a solution too. So we're all working hard. I can't leave it. Got an appointment.
So do we want to send communication out to all departments, elected officials, that we're trying to come up with a $3 million shortfall and to either consider hiring freezes or ban and step freezes or reductions in their budgets?
Yep. Can we send that letter out? We're down, well, I feel pretty happy we're down from 9 million. If we have the right revenue that Missy and Daryl calculated.
we're going to discuss cost of living.
Which is gonna increase it.
Did that number change from 23.9
I
at
don't
all?
think so.
Okay.
You were here. I didn't catch it.
To Missy and Daryl, they are waiting for you guys to get back on the
That's,
subject to talk about it again.
Oh.
So Missy left because she has other things
Yeah,
to do.
no,
So when the board's ready to dive down into levies again, then they'll.
Well, Daryl was gonna come, up. I think we're pretty close at our 23.9.
That COLA is fraught with labor issues, right? We can't say no COLA this year.
Well, but a COLA, so we need to cut more. So do we need to cut 4 million? Because at the end of the day, you will get your COLA, but you probably will not be working next to somebody if this is, I'd rather get rid of travel and some other things.
No, I'm just not, everything's on the table, right? So.
Yeah, but we have to do COLAs unless the employees come forward and say, you know what?
So what we need to do then is, in a secret squirrel session, figure out some arbitrary COLA, without letting everybody know what the COLA is or isn't, and find out
So
what that excess amount is to add to
we
the
could-
3 million. So let's say a 0.5% COLA is $2 million. This now our 3 million is probably, I guess that's the point.
So what is our salary? And I'll tell you what, do you know what our full salary is?
For
In current
commissioners?
expense?
I
No,
think they're talking
current
about
expense.
I wouldn't guess
no
the same COLA, because then people are just gonna take away.
But I don't know, so I can do it, I have to do a guess so that I can get to a budget.
No, I
So-
I'm just being here.
Do you know what our full salary is in current expense?
Oh, just current expense.
One moment.
But a lot of those, Cindy, are also bargaining,
So what do we,
and they could be different.
so
just
should,
take
give me,
them.
give me the highest amount that have we bargained one?
We're in bargaining.
Okay. Well, if we go 5% and budget it, then we have to give it to them. So,
Right, we don't
I'm-
know about numbers.
Yeah, we don't.
well, I'm just gonna come up with an amount in my head and then we're gonna, 'cause I honestly don't know.
Can we just yell out at them?
So, can we go into executive session real quick and discuss this?
I would just as soon not know, because I don't want to be held like Cindy said, and I can always say, I didn't know. I was just skating through on the seat of my pants, just trying to get to a number. And if we cut our budget less, then we'll say, okay, you guys cut far more than we needed to. You can increase your travel, you can increase your training.
Well, I'll stand out in the hallway with you if you want.
Damn it, Daryl.
And I'm not trying to compare the two.
No,
I just don't want to say what
know.
that number is out loud in public.
I'm
meeting.
pretty
I
sure
don't
you
even
didn't
know,
send
I
this to
don't
me.
want to know what it is because I don't want.
Is
somebody
that-
to
did he
hold
just
me
send it
accountable
to
and go,
you?
You said it at a public meeting.
Right.
So if we just throw out like a
3%.
3, then
No,
it's a wild
We're
guess.
not throwing out any numbers because even if a theoretical number is.
Spoken,
We
I
gotta-
think that's it.
Those numbers,
Yeah.
but I heard in a public meeting, that's the number.
That's why I don't
Even
wanna
though
know what it
wasn't
is.
really the number, so that's why.
I'm gonna just look at a number and I'm gonna come up with,
We aren't talking about numbers.
so,
I'm happy to do that in executive session with the board.
It's the wrong number, right?
Yeah, you just don't want to spit that number out there.
No.
It's bit us in the past.
Every year, because it's talked about in budget.
so
every
I don't
year,
wanna know,
every year
Tom, I don't
basis.
wanna know. But I should be guessing. So if we did
But we
a,
could, but we,
well, if we did a $4 million cut,
here comes Daryl. Tactical pause.
So I forwarded you the email.
so Daryl, do you think we're at 23.9 for revenue?
For property taxes, yes.
Good.
At 23.
I think that was already in.
Well, we have the 25 million minus, we haven't even talked about this sheet yet.
We need Missy to come back when we do.
Okay.
Is the board ready for that? To get
Yeah,
Missy
we
back?
could.
Yes.
Do you mind, Jeff?
So is Rob on?
No, he says doctor.
Okay.
He's
We're in
praying.
tactical pause.
He's
Well,
praying
he
right
already,
now.
he already said what he would vote on.
What was he, 1% full, everything? Yeah.
He said
I
everything.
think I'm there.
So what player are you playing in next?
I have no idea.
What?
If I was possibly in a play, it might be Around the World in 80 Days, but I haven't done my research on it. I'm not sure it really has any appropriate parts in it for the time I need, but also depends on how my back surgery goes and how my leg issues go. And my sleeping problems, where I'm falling asleep in the middle of a show. But I always tell
What's that
the
called?
director,
So,
all that matters is I'm awake and acting on the stage. Whatever I do off stage doesn't matter. And if I'm half asleep off stage, as long as I get back on the stage.
Just need a
that's-
so if he was in a play where he was a one-legged man in a tail kicking contest, he probably wouldn't be playing the play.
I just want to play with Joe Namath.
Oh, no.
Was it Dolly?
Seems to have a sleep.
Joe Namath came to us and
Tactical
sang like,
pause, right?
hello, Dolly. Exactly. Okay, Missy, I'll be really quick, sorry. So I'm prepared, I don't know about Kevin, to go with the full enchilada. That would be
The
the,
full month. That was Daryl's term.
The certifying of the 25 million then.
Yeah.
For current expense.
And to make it easy for Melissa, I figured with the sheets I gave you, that would be easier to say $499 million for mental health. And.
Thousand,
A
not million.
thousand.
Wow, that was a lot.
We're starting over.
Okay, and then 228,000 for veterans.
227,558.
Well, I know, but.
Well, you could do that, that's fine
You can
too,
do
but
that, but I
he was gonna round up, make it even.
round it up and be even,
That,
and it's
perfect,
easier,
let's round it up.
it's
Okay.
easier to see
Sorry, Missy, I didn't
what
know
the
that's what
actual
you were waiting
calc, and
for.
how close the
Okay.
calc ends up being to the
So
number.
yes, Kevin, are you good with that?
And then the rest would be, as,
Current expense.
would be current expense.
Do we find another? Oh, wait, what'd you do? It was at 7.1.
Daryl.
Carol, gosh,
Here's your numbers.
we just lost 300,000.
And it's.
So it's 7.4.
Almost
Do we have
400.
to take out a reserve now? Oh,
See,
because I
remember those-
knew you were not at 666.
Well, I knew too.
So
That's
what
The
we're
number that
actually
was
at-
in there was the 8 month
Okay,
number.
he's at 1,035,000. Okay, that makes sense. I knew you were off.
And then,
You're
which
welcome,
also
Daryl.
shows the small increase.
Welcome, Daryl, from you finding that so you didn't have to do a big layoff.
Maybe I need to check mine.
Missy, you're at 2.2. I think you had an increase. Daryl was the only one that didn't jive. Okay.
But also mine was maybe the smallest increase of all the budgets.
Mine's only elevated because we put the Avadex funding in there, so.
What's Avadex?
A project that had capital funds for, GCTS, but the Avadex funds for that, we put it in my budget.
Yeah, mine had the cars,
So
public
Yeah,
works
yours
costs.
is-
It wasn't pretty
And-
good, so it was
yeah,
You have a
They
big
look artificially high, so.
Avadex.
cars.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't
And
help that.
Avadex can't come out of any other
It's
reason.
just where it was placed.
I sure, I
It was
thought
just-
they would say.
It just makes.
Oh,
my
I get
budget
it.
look-
I thought so too.
Okay.
So what happened?
I'm slowly getting it.
And then I had to up my training.
Okay, well,
I'm just
am-
trying to get- I'm
Cherry
trying to keep
vanilla.
pace.
Okay. Kevin, do you have
You can
any
try some
more questions on this? So
Um,
I think we can go
DOR
back.
doesn't do training.
Did you figure out the total?
Our trainings are
like,
more expensive.
For what, our employees, what our
Oh.
employee salaries are
Oh, sorry, one second.
in current expense?
50 cent rate loss.
So
We're gonna have to get rid of our insurance. Let's just go for,
So what year am I on?
we go for 6 months without insurance.
I don't, why did I do that? Why did I do that? This is 0, 0.
So 73, well, their budget, okay, so when you talk about the, you currently have a policy of 25% carryover. Well, and actually it could be 20%. It was 25, there's a possibility that it was reduced down to 20 of a carryover because there's still a lot of money and we're sitting with large cap. If we're 20%, then what, are you saying the budget proposes $80
$14
million?
No, it was 72.
72 million, which is less than, so if that's the case, then it's less than this year's budget.
It's about same.
Because you're saying this year's budget's 73, so our budget's actually less.
Well, this is where I'm trying to compare. No, because we had, I think the operating transfers in here are not, we're at 5.6 million. We don't have historical preservation in there that was taken out. And we had something with the jail, I want to say.
She can go fill out the form, but they can't sign it until they make a motion.
Now, of course, now of course is the idea regarding extensions. Will we stick to that 73, 290, 284?
Yeah, we're gonna have
Or
to.
will it be above that by year end?
We're gonna have
Do you have
stick
to
it.
do extensions? Isn't that correct?
We have had some extensions done this year
Okay,
for grants.
right, but we don't know, we've had extensions for grants, but we don't know if we need to do extensions because we're short on our total.
We don't know yet.
Right, but then, so maybe, so say worst case scenario, how could the grants, maybe you're at 74 million, but if you're presenting a
Is that
budget of
correct, though?
72,
No, I
then,
know, it's confusing.
then we have a lesser budget than this year.
And then we'd be good.
Right. But then again, revenues total is revenues for this year compared to next year, then you'd be, because of that reason, be tapping into reserves. Because when he comes saying we're 9,000 short, I expected it to be on the expense side.
I pulled everything today.
Our 2026 revenues are only a forecast, right? They're our best.
Right.
guess.
Account number and period
But again, I
balance.
was expecting
that's
our
the period
expenses to be
balance.
more than this year.
Well, that's a balance.
And right now, we're saying it's not.
You had a total expected 2026 revenue, right?
That's the
Yeah.
period
Right,
balance. but it's
which,
not.
but is without all the other fund departments' revenues. My numbers are just for me, and you had to add in all the other departments' revenues to go with it.
Do we have that number by chance?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Well-
total expected revenues, what,
It's only like, hold on.
Did you find any money out there?
So Daryl's number is 52 million, almost 53 million. And then the other revenues for current expense total 11.3 million.
What was the total? Okay.
So we're at like 64.5 million total in revenues.
71.7. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
with, that's with our 7 million. That's with the 7 million that we need.
7.4 million. Do you have this? We can share it.
No, Daryl was just, I was just working an angle with Daryl. So
Yeah.
Daryl's projected revenue is
64.
53 million or 53.
Yeah, it's right here.
And everybody else's is 11.3 for a total of 64.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is our reserve right here. So if we take out,
But we're presenting a budget with a total expenditure of 72.
Did you take my sheet of the revenue side? Was it on the back of this? Oh, it's on the back of this. So we were budgeting 63 million for revenues, even though we had a budget for 72 for expenses. If this is this year, 64 million.
we're dreaming big, Daryl.
These expenses.
What are you looking for, Daryl?
Expenses.
This is revenue. Okay,
This budget includes fund balance on top of our budget too. So maybe it might be a little.
The
over
71
enlarged.
million does?
No, in our
The
budget,
73?
our current budget, IGP, when you import the budget, and if you're taking anything from fund balance, it adds it as budget to your budget.
Okay.
because you have a budget of 73 million for expenses. And then we have about a 64 million for revenues. So we were already tapping reserves for 9 million for just this year?
No, we should not.
No, last year we only ended up like 4 million.
Then why is this number this number?
I told you it's overinflated because when we take from our fund balances, it puts it in here in GP.
Then we need to know the correct number.
Our budget was 70,
Yeah, 70, because that's still a
71,
huge.
410, or is that this year?
So
71, 410.
71, 410. Wait, no, that's this year. 70.3 was last year's for current expense.
the 71.4 is next year's.
Yes.
So we
No,
would,
no, it's actually because Daryl had it wrong. So it's 71.7, almost like 71.8. $71,778.
71.20.
Oh, that one's not up to date. 1035.
I'm gonna share this one with you.
so we
No,
were
I
tapping
know.
$6 million
No,
to balance last year's budget?
no, 4 million.
Well, unless we took some money out of reserve because of the insurance
Because of the
snafu.
insurance, right? So that's what increased that and made it, that's what I was getting to earlier. It's like we took 7 million out of reserves because of that insurance snafu.
But the insurance should have impacted other departments as well, not be
Not
just
just
the
current expense,
not just
yeah.
current expense.
No,
Well, it was 1.6 million for current expense.
and then,
Right, but it's still,
Daryl, I don't know.
because if we budgeted almost 64 million. How did we balance the budget last year?
4 million.
4.8. It was 66.4 million that we budgeted.
66.4.
For the expenses?
For revenues. 66.4. Not counting what our fund balance.
I didn't think we put that much in. We had to pull, okay, we probably pulled some from the sheriff. We do like $1.5 million from the jail fund, so I think, what did we pull out of the jail fund?
It was like 3 million was pulled out for sheriff wages.
Okay, that's where it came from then. That's what happened.
That was pulled out of that 311.
Okay, that's where it came from.
It was, yeah.
311, what,
Well, the 0.3 1%.
Okay.
2% of 1%.
So we could pull some money out of, is there money to pull out of that 311?
Well, that 311 is meant for the jail, though. I mean, if, I guess we could take it out of that for the sheriff and then see that reduction across the rest of current expense. But
So why was there so much taken?
because the corrections officers had like a 35% increase in their wages last year, or whatever it was.
Holy cow.
And they'd originally allocated to do like 1 million a year for like 3 or 4 years, and we hadn't yet done any of it, so they opted to do it all in 1 year.
Now we.
Okay, so that's where that shortfall came.
Yeah, we created a forecast, and I think I shared it with you. It was, you probably don't even remember. I think it was like the first week you were here and you got inundated with 10,000 spreadsheets. But that was one of them. And it was the schedule for paying them out of that 0.3%, and had the best way to do that so that it wasn't impacting current expense, but it sounds like it impacted current expense.
It definitely has. Something has.
And yeah, and that's where it was taken out of, but. But that, also that 3 times 1% is the money that's in there is to support justice projects, going forward, not just make the. I mean, how come we're not using what's in there to make the
more
subsidizing payments until 2030? We're in the red for 26 through 30 on the debt service.
We're under the red on the net of the revenues minus expenses.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean about the carryover balance that we have, a large amount of carryover balance. So when you say 311 and the 3/10, we're talking about the 60% we're getting and the cities get the 40%, right? That's the 3/10.
Yeah, our share, our 7 million.
So, but which is going into the 135 account. Well, 135, 117.
117.
117. So if it's going into 117, why aren't we drawing money out of 117 other than our desires for future things with that money to be going into current expense for those part of those costs?
Well, no, if it's for part of the justice costs,
Then we should have had a transfer from 117 to current expense for the jail part of it, if not all.
Well, certainly for the debt service payments at a minimum, right?
Right.
So instead of for this.
Right, we're doing the debt service payments.
For these payments right here.
But we also, one thing the chart doesn't show is how much money we're carrying over from year to year.
Right,
And
but
so-
that money could be used, right, for wages in the sheriff's office or corrections, okay?
Actually, your chart does show that.
It,
The balance is in the fund.
Oh, so pull it up here.
as long as there's a revenue surplus, yeah, after the debt service payment.
Right, but I'm talking about all the money that accumulated all these years before we even had the debt service payments happen.
Which is like currently sitting at like 12.3 or 12.4 million.
Right.
Right. But again, it can't be used for fairgrounds, it can't be used for.
No, but I'm saying for this jail,
Wages.
that,
But we have bonds for the jail, so you would, if we wanted to have an impact on our budget shortfall, it would be used for corrections and sheriff wages. That's the only.
yes, well, no, that's what I'm saying is besides the bond expense,
Yes.
and besides when we have a positive to go into these new funds for ongoing maintenance, then we also have this big balance to assist in the wages of the jail. And that's what the missing revenue is for this year.
So would there be enough since the jail is a significant and the sheriff's office?
So I know you're magic with Excel over there. Can you show what the difference is between 2025 and the 2026 ask for the sheriff's department in wages? What that difference is?
Yes.
So let's see what that difference, so let's say that difference was 1.2 million. So that would.
I just sent you an invite, so you couldn't pull up the same page we're on.
You sure it's sheriff versus just jail?
I'm sorry?
You said sheriff, but
Well, when I say sheriff, I'm talking sheriff and corrections.
the
right?
the corrections side, which
Yes.
is a separate fund. Jail has a separate fund.
Okay, whether it's
Okay,
chief
jail's
coats or Joe
jail's
Creed.
at 10 million, sheriff is at 17 million, so they are 27.7 27,700,000 of our jail, of our budget.
In the jail fund is salary and benefits?
Jail is 10,
But-
yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, so their 2025 wages, right? We took $3 million out of, we took $3 million out of that 117 to supplement those wages. So it wasn't an impact on current expense last year, okay? If that was what that's paid for. Now, what I'm asking is, what is next year's forecasted budget for salaries and wages? That if we were only gonna take $1 million a year out to supplement them, but we took $3 million out last year, what are we taking out? And to the same issue you're talking about, it's not sustainable.
No, but they also had a 6% increase in their 2025 budget, and nobody else had their COLA added except for them. So really, when you look at their increase for what their balance from 2026 to the 2025 jump to 2026, it's actually bigger than it really is because.
Is that for the retro that they got?
Yeah, part of it,
I think that was for the retro.
half of it was for retro, but they also.
No,
did the
remember when
6%.
they did their budget, they were the only office that
It's-
put their COLAs in.
Yeah, it's not
And
much higher at all. If you exclude the retro that they allocated for, their estimated salaries is only 8.2 million compared to 8 million.
So it's only $200,000.
8.1 million, not even.
Yeah, so I guess that's my point is we're already using that fund. How much of that fund do we want to use to pay their normal wages? They had been.
Have we done a transfer this year from that fund to current expense? I don't recollect
Oh my
any,
gosh.
any
that might be
transfer
your
being done
saving
this
grace,
year?
Daryl.
What?
Question.
You could be the winner for the free water.
I don't think this is solving the big number, but
I'll go get it for
And what I, this is gonna sound crass, and I don't think it sound crass, but I don't wanna just give that money away to the sheriff's office just because they have higher wages.
So I think we all need a cut. I think we
think-
need to make some cuts.
But we also have to think about the future of the law and courts, which is the follow-on to the jail project was a fix for the law and courts. So I can't, in my conscience, I'm not a commissioner, right? But I've been in charge of this project. I can't in good conscience just say the sheriff gets everything and the heck with the judges. The courts need attention just as much as the jail do. And that's what some of that funding was supposed to go to. So when we started saying, we'll just use that money for all their wage increases, I think that's.
so what did you use the trial court money this next year's trial court money for next year? Was it just, oh, no, you were using it for the parking lot. That's right. Because one of the things about next year, we were over our cap. So you wouldn't talk about transfers from a fund into current expense to make your cap worse. But now that we have other revenues that did not happen, we sure could use it this year and for next year.
It would be good to know if that transfer was made
So
this year.
that would be good to know. Do you know if that was made, Mandy? Feel bad.
There wasn't one made in 2025, but I'm wondering if we made it in December of last year.
No, we wouldn't, because it was in the budget. So we may still have that 3 million. We need to I don't think it was.
3 million every year.
No, but they hadn't taken it any other year, so I
Somehow
would
I
be
think
surprised.
at 3, and then looking at just one a year. And then we even talk about the negatives that we still were.
Yeah, because we were supposed to, my original thought was, or the original pitch was take 5 million out of what had accumulated, put that in a separate fund to subsidize sheriff's wages until the perceived growth in the county was enough that we had enough revenue surplus that made that sustainable. And it was gonna take 5 or 6 years to get to that point. But obviously that was based on wage increases that were in line with everybody else in the county, not 35%.
We didn't
And then
know
6% and then 11% or whatever. So.
Well, and don't you think
It
that
was-
there'll
it
be
was
some
in
additional
25's
revenue
budget
from the
right
new
here.
jail as he gets some good things going?
Was there a transfer?
No.
Okay, so that's 3 million, but if we even ask for 2%.
What you do 2 this year, 2
There's
next year,
1
and go
million
back to the
actually in
1.
there.
I mean, that would be fine, but I would,
That's,
with this caveat, that $2 million
That's some
transfer has to
maintenance
cover
fund.
wages for any
Oh,
new
this-
employees
oh,
they
that's-
ask
okay,
for when
those
they
two,
say
okay.
they can't run the new jail,
good.
even though it's
This goes
designed
to
to run
the
with
three-
their
three-
full
three
staffing
eleven.
at their 2025 numbers. When they come in 2026 and say, we can't run this facility, so we need 5 more people, that 2 million has to cover that. That's, they have to make that work.
Or they have to be more efficient, one or the other.
That's what I mean.
Well, or what is the revenue projections they put down for the new jail next year?
I texted Phil and I asked him if he knew what his revenue numbers were, and he said, nah, I sure don't. I can check when I get back in tomorrow, so.
So if we ask everybody to just look at their budget and do a 2% decrease, we'll be down 1.4 million in current expense. Some will be able to do a decrease. Daryl, I doubt that you will be because you're pretty tight. I think we all have some room. If it's,
Well,
But
first I do an
sometimes-
examination of the growth in each department, set a baseline that if you're under this baseline.
We just go back to everybody and say, can you look at your budgets and see where
But then
you.
assessor, that's gonna be tough because she has some costs that she can't control
Yeah,
for
but-
fleet.
Right, we
But I think
understand
there's
that.
an outstanding question out here now all of a sudden, which is the sheriff and this transfer that was or wasn't made, and if we're gonna do a transfer, doing that transfer, how does it affect, does that affect our?
yeah, our bottom line, so we're gonna end up with,
So-
what did we say, 22, what was it?
It would put us more breaking even right now with what we are.
Yeah, so, and my point to that is, so we're gonna go back to the departments. Are we now asking for, since if that transfer hasn't been made and we're gonna spend $2 million, does that change the budget about the?
Yeah, so then we'll go
1%
between,
instead of 3%?
yeah, we'll be at 23 or 25 to 26 million ending the year.
So you're projecting,
I mean,
what was
we
your
budgeted.
projection for year end?
22 to 23 million.
Okay,
So if we
so we'd
add,
be, because we were probably 25 something, so we'd be
We
under
have
the
this much
cap
money.
of what we were supposed
Why
to
not?
be for this year. Now, of course, the value's going up, the value's gone up, our cap's higher, but we're definitely not the revenue.
25.
It's
If
the
it's not
extra
needed,
revenue, so we don't have to
then
worry
we carry it
about the
over
cap
into
money
26.
The cap's
Does
not-
that help us?
affecting us. Because we're not gonna be trying to keep $26+ million carryover. So now that we're under, now we have to do a plan, how many years over time, how much reduction of that reserve balance each year to get to what target in year, say, year 5 to 7. Now, if you're doing 20% and say your budget right now that's proposed is 72 million, that for the expense side,
71.7.
so say 72, 1/5 of 72, I can't think of this number, times 0.2 is 14 million. 14 million, say 15 million. That's the target you're focusing on down the road.
2030.
Yes, down the road, of which we'll still be in a much better position than most counties in the state when we start drawing down. But that doesn't mean we have to draw down every year to do that. Hopefully, but this tip ruins everything.
So for the layman here, dumb plumber, okay,
wait,
sorry.
I'm just gonna give Daryl water because I feel like he did find his $3 million.
Do you need chocolate too, Daryl?
If you're,
Not chocolate.
That probably makes it worse.
if you're saying we need to draw down and that our carryover is too large, that seems to exacerbate the issue for me because we're trying to find $7 million.
I know, but that's the point is I don't know if we really, I don't.
Next year.
You don't
See,
think we need to find
the one thing is, that 15 million is assuming the budget doesn't increase over
No,
those
but
5
it'll
years.
just make our.
So
reserve
what is the
better.
budget? What's
Hey,
the normal
Daryl,
budget?
can we do the 3 million next year in 2026 instead of 2025? Then we don't have to have that, we're not gonna be over our 25 million.
Well, if you said you're ending the year at 21,
22 to
That would put us
23.
at only 4.4.
Okay. Okay, I think we just figured out the budget. So if we take that 3 million, don't put it in the budget this, hopefully we don't have to do it
We
this
don't
year.
do the transfer this
So if we
year.
can put it in next year, then we're taking out a reserve for 4.4 million. I'm pretty good with that. But then we may have to go back to our office's current expense and just whatever the COLA is, that's gonna be a little tricky.
We could have the request for departments to do a cut to goods and services or professional services for the COLA.
So I think we can leave it on that note.
Well, let's cut insurance and take a chance.
Yeah, for 6 months. If we didn't do insurance for 6 months, we'd be good.
And
Until we had a catastrophe.
tell them, don't let anyone die in the jail.
Yeah, but once you leave your insurance company, it just might be a little tough getting back in.
Okay.
6 months.
So we're down to
So
4.4
recap.
million.
So we're, okay, so this is a recap. We're down to 4.4 million. That's what we're trying to, that we're taking out of reserve.
Yes, but we still have, because we're taking if they don't take the 3 million transfer this year, because it could skew things, we should be okay. But we don't have our COLA. So whatever our COLA is gonna be on top of that. So we probably need to go back to our offices and departments and say, hey, we need you to look at your budget, fine tune it a little bit. So take out travel so that maybe you can get a
Instead of saying travel or whatever, you want to just tell them, cut 1%. 1% across the board would bring.
It was 700,000. Because it's 1.4 million for 2%.
So tell them 1.5 to 2%, see what it gets us.
Yeah, because some won't be able to and others will.
Or just
Like
tell
if
them.
you're cutting, maybe there's an employee that you really don't need to hire and you could wait 6 months and then that saves it. I've been really impressed with Grant County because.
Do we have that many requests for new employees?
Yes.
Yes, well, apparently we increased quite a bit over the last year to the point that was the reason for our insurance rate premiums to go 14%, was based on employee count and employee work hours, which to me is now a new metric in our budget where we have to ask we have to ask the WCRG to tell us how many employees we can hire each year without being penalized with a higher insurance premium. Because even at Wasac, we sat and met with them and they just looked at me like deer in the headlights when I told them that. I said, so how many people can we hire as a county? If we have to grow and we have to provide services, now you're dictating what we can and can't do, and you hit us with this increase.
And first thing is to clarify what you just said. You're talking about not just current expense, but a total county budget. So does the mental health affect that?
Yeah, it does, because we're having to now come up with a schedule to charge
So-
everybody
so-
across the county their new insurance.
Yeah, they have a lot of
So
employees.
then that says that the only way to skate by that is to contract for services versus hire employees.
Well,
And then you have to worry about DRS coming back and telling you, it depends on how you write those contracts too, because
And we've done
we're
that in
already
the
in a
past.
mess with that. We haven't even.
And we've.
Well,
and we've
it's
increased-
the saying is county road here, it may say is, we better contract that out versus do it ourselves.
Well, I guess.
You still gotta keep your guys working.
I know.
So what we want to do then is we want to go back to departments and ask them to sharpen their pencils and try and find 2%, do the best they can, resubmit their budgets to Mandy.
yeah, okay, Decorah, we're taking the 3 million that should have been transferred from the
117.
117 account and putting it in our 2026 budget, so hopefully we don't need it in 2025. So our beginning fund balance is now at 4.4 million. We need to account for the COLA. So Tom had recommended asking the departments to kind of look at their budget and see if they could cut like 2%. And
So what is our target ending balance for end of 26?
That's what I was asking earlier.
well, I would like to see around the 4 million.
No, I'm saying is it 20 million, 18 million? Because if you're saying we're at 22 and we're still drawing 4, that puts us at 18, of which we're really close to the 15.
No, we should in the
And
year.
then forget the 5-year forecast.
Yeah, well, we just.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to end it, let's say our target was 20 million. Okay, now we only have to look for 1% reduction across the board.
Well,
I mean, realistically, if we're doing the fuzzy math.
I don't like to get too low because something always happens. So I would say if we,
Now, remember 27, you don't have the REC income, which is about $800,000.
Well, and even though we're ramping down on sales tax from the jail, we're ramping up the PUD service center, which is a 200 million to 100.
No, they're in the city.
We just need to sell another
We only get-
airplane.
We don't
They're
get
this-
any of that?
Nope, not next year.
It's
We only get
in the-
15% of it.
Better than sure sticking the ass.
Better than nothing.
But what these solar things are, and are they gonna ask for a refund?
I don't
That's the
know.
problem is you may get a bunch of sales tax on these solar, and then 5 years from now, they request a refund and take it away from you.
Get that from government.
And that's what we're trying to change the law next year to do the refunds based on just the state portion of the tax and not local.
Are you currently working with the legislator to get that bill written? And
Well, it's already written.
It's already working.
It's already coming from our association because we tried to get the Commissioner Association to back it, and they were putting effort to
what's the
do
bill
so.
number? I need to know that bill.
We don't have a bill yet. The bill numbers haven't been created for next year yet.
They're just working on it.
I know, I need,
Our handout.
No, it's okay. Just keep it moving. So we need to send a letter to everybody in current expense, asking them to do they could get up to a 2% cut and then resubmit their budgets to,
do their best to achieve 2%.
and Kevin will have a water for them if they can pull that off.
And see, that's the problem with this insurance and this employee thing is, what if it's all these non-current expense funds that are adding all the employees, and yet then the current expense gets affected
But they
by
got
the
hit
increase?
too. Well, I think we're all impacted.
And as we
Wasn't
dole out the
divided.
insurance premiums, it's based on who was the biggest hitter in that group, right?
Okay,
So
okay,
the
I
sheriff
just want to
is-
make sure.
Yeah.
Did we have
it's
an employee
equitable.
count?
I'm sorry.
Did we have, on Blair's sheet, did we have he's including that employee count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We share and Public Works and Renew have been.
So did I miss out on your motion to pass on the property taxes?
Yeah.
No,
We don't get the full.
Okay, because we discussed it,
I was gonna
but,
interrupt.
and, okay.
Good point.
Oh, I don't know.
I wasn't gonna let him leave.
I thought we've seen the
Okay, okay.
breakdown. We have seen the breakdown.
We just.
Yeah, but from what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want me to?
Well,
And
that's,
there was an argument when Danny was here, he wanted to just have current expense pay for that insurance increase, whatever it was. I threw a fit. I'm like, we are not. You bill it to Public Works and Renew.
Well, he
So it
was
was
worried
shared.
about domestic violence and all those budgets. Well, the problem is this is why your grants need to add those to the grants as part of the expense.
So on the 2%
to recover.
increase, who would you like to send that email out to all the elected officials and department heads in current expense?
I mean, 2% decrease.
A decrease.
No increase there.
So,
No,
Let's be all
decrease.
over that.
so all those guys, like Renew and all those guys, they're paying their insurance out of grant funds or ARP?
It
No,
depends.
it's not current expense. They have their own funding source, so that's the easy budgets, because if they don't have it in their money, in their budget, they just have to
But again,
But their
the-
increase in employees
create the problem.
create the increase of insurance that gets spread out across the county. So
But it wasn't
But
just.
we also had increases too.
unless the jail is gonna be coming up with this big money that it said it was gonna have this year.
I'll try and, I'll send an email to Gary. I asked Phil, I probably should ask Gary, but I'll send him an email as soon as I
Here,
get back.
let me
to
find
the
it
office.
Dakota for you.
Ask him about that, and then, you know, the other thing is, we need to see if Joey can forecast what his expected revenues are in the new jail, because he said that he's got letters of intent, I believe, from some jurisdictions to house their inmates here, which is not free.
Douglas County and East Wenatchee.
That's a revenue source that can go towards either,
Was it budgeted?
Yeah, I
we
think.
don't know what it is
Douglas
yet.
County's gonna look at
And I don't even know if he's got a fee schedule set up or what that's gonna be, but that needs to go towards that should be going towards his employees, and that should be going towards wages, and that should be going towards, you know, so not,
Because, yeah, I prefer our judges not know that it's just for our people. Yeah, and then just keep filling them up. You know, it used to be they were releasing people because we didn't have the space available.
well,
And now that we have the space available, they're gonna not release hardly anyone at all. And we're not gonna make money on them.
so the bottleneck you're gonna run into also, I think you have to keep in mind, that look at this holistically. I think at last count, Joey Crete said there were something like 7,000 or 8,000 warrants that have gone unserved, because we can't bring them in, right? You fill that jail overnight, I don't have 10 more judges, I don't have 5 more courtrooms, we can't adjudicate those or do whatever the next step is, right? So how long are you gonna hold those folks? It's gonna be a revolving door at the jail, which is just gonna make everybody even.
But the
more
117 fund was not just for a jail, even though Tom
I
kept
agree.
saying so.
I agree.
Sheriff
That's what I'm
Tom,
saying.
I go, Tom, it's not just for the jail. The whole thing was for jail, the cost of law and justice serving the jail.
100%. That's why I'm hesitant to say, let's just use all that money for wage increases.
I know, because I think your courts in the clerk's office and district court have done really good. And now they're gonna be way overwhelmed when things start be a whole different way when the jail
It'll be
opens.
generating so much
And
money,
it's,
Daryl. we're
and
gonna
it's
have to
across that entire
have a
landscape,
tree.
whether it's the diversion courts or the drug courts or whatever program it is they're running, they all get a bump from this because we're gonna have this increased population.
That's why.
Okay, so again, who's gonna send that letter out? Do you want it to come from the commissioner's office?
I'm not gonna sell that. That's
Which is
expense. I'm not involved in that.
It should come from the DOCC office.
So it'll be just current expense. If everybody can look at their budget. Look for,
A 2%, I'll try to achieve up to a 2% decrease.
Rob, welcome. Did you hear the good news? We got our budget down to 4 point something million. And we are going to reach out to our offices and departments in current expense to see if they can do a 2% decrease, which would be about 1.4 million. Because we don't know what the COLA is, but it would be, we still have to account for the COLA. So we're pretty close. We're getting it there. And
We still have not done your official motion on the taxes yet?
are we supposed to do our official motion?
Yes, we.
What would you like the motion that we're taking?
Yes, on what you're taking for the levy.
Okay.
I thought we made that motion during a certification.
We didn't have the numbers for veterans and mental health. Now you do.
That wasn't a certification meeting, though.
Mr. Chair, I move that we take the full, the banked capacity for current expense, for the preliminary current expense, and also for county roads. The banked, the 1%, and veterans will be, veterans will be 490.
No. That's mental health.
Sorry, mental health would be 499,000, veterans relief 228,000. Out of the full banked.
Out of the 25 million. So we're just rounding up these two numbers. This is
45
part of
million.
Melissa's process. Now, this doesn't mean revenue. This just means what's.
Kevin, you
going
want to
to be-
second that?
The levy will be calculated.
Yes. I'll
Daryl,
second
we're
that.
making a motion. Shh. Okay,
Rob, you with us?
Yeah, I'm motion a second. Any discussion? The only discussion I would have is, I guess I'm kind of confused because in the past, just from my few times, we had a actual kind of dedicated meeting to this where the assessor would present her numbers and county roads would present theirs, and then we would take action then. I guess are we doing this in replacement of that, or are we doing this and then we're doing that?
Well,
at today's meeting.
Rob, what that is, that's the signing of all those is at the budget meeting on Monday. This is just for the board directing staff to fill out the paperwork with those numbers. New construction, 1% increase in banked capacity. So you're moving right now, giving me the authority to fill out the paperwork. And then you'll approve it all on Monday.
Okay, so we're basically doing Monday different than in the past.
no, in all fairness to Melissa,
It's because
Okay.
the
Okay,
November
got it.
30th date is
Yeah.
on a Sunday,
Ah,
so it moved
yeah, got
everything to Monday. Okay.
Okay, so any more discussion? Board?
Just a comment? Or?
Technically, you're not supposed to. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes as stated by Commissioner Carter.
Harold, do you have a question now?
No. Right now, DOR tells assessors that they should not be part of the process telling the commissioners what the numbers are. So that's why I went through the process to do it for you.
Thank you, Daryl.
It's nice that the assessor does it,
That's why Melissa.
but the assessors hate it when everyone blames them when it doesn't get done right.
Appreciate you pointing that out.
And so I disagree with the position, but that is the bit, if DOR is telling them that, then they would like to hang their hat on that.
Rob, I'm going to share you the preliminary budget 2026 summary that we have been working on, so you can see that we are, I just invited you, at 4.4 million. We really did do some, we had to look for revenue and do some stuff.
It's okay. It's just reduced, it's not reduced.
No, these numbers are still
outside of it,
fitting
okay.
my parameters.
All right, so we will send a letter out, our office will send a letter out asking for a 2% reduction in current expense. And we don't know what the COLA is, again, but we have to account for a COLA. And we should be getting something.
So what's a deadline to have? I mean, we're coming up. December, the first Monday in December is coming.
Well, it'd be nice if we had it by, Mandy, how hard is it to add these cuts? I don't know how many. If we have, at least we have, I feel like we have a plan to move forward, and up until this afternoon, I didn't feel like we had a plan. So thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Daryl and Missy. I think we've got, I feel so much more confident about this budget. And I think even if we didn't adopt it, we have to have the hearing on Monday. So if we don't get those numbers, at least we're going to be able to do it next week sometime, I feel.
Right, well, to answer your question, Tom, property taxes have to be done by December 1st. Budget, because knowing budgets way in the past, we've had somewhere the last week of December where the budget wasn't finalized.
So we had a pretty good discussion about that this morning in the RCW.
The budget hearings.
About, adopting, you the first Monday in December?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's this weird 5
We'll
days.
go higher than that amount.
Well, but.
Oh, is that what that is?
You have 5 days as of after that day to actually adopt the budget.
But then it says it has to be adopted by the end of the month.
But it's got this weird caveat that states that after the first, or after that first Monday in December, you can continue that for a total of 5 days, which puts you well before the 12/31. I am.
Well, all I know is what happened. I can't tell you what, if anyone asked the prosecuting attorney's office if this was legal and no one challenged it, or if the law changed. I think there may have been a law clarification each week to the law, because we had a lot of districts, a lot of counties and counties.
I'm in agreement with end of the fiscal year, which is 12/31.
Well,
makes sense.
But then the problem is you have a timing regarding the extension.
So
and you need to know things resolved the extension.
But that's my question. So, we're putting this on Mandy now. Again, she gets to do this exercise a second time, where we're going to go back. That email needs to go out no later than 5 p.m. today or first thing tomorrow morning. So that
And the turnaround time has to be very short.
So that's what I'm asking is, we've got only a couple of days this week. We're not here Thursday, Friday. Then when we're back, it's December 1st.
Right.
What's the deadline? Do we want to tell them that they have to have it to Mandy by the 3rd?
December?
Yeah.
No, I think we need to have it. It'd be great if we could have it by Wednesday or Tuesday.
Okay, by day after tomorrow.
Mhm.
Okay? So tell them
Mandy.
everybody has to start.
And then
rituals.
we technically would have, because I don't, Mandy's looking at me like, what the heck? We have to open up our hearing, so you're probably not gonna start working on these numbers until first, second, third, and we should have something fourth or fifth.
If everybody had you their numbers just before we go by Wednesday, close of business Wednesday, then you would have some point in time for that first week of December to have all of this aggregated again and have an idea if we achieved our reduction, right?
Yes.
Or if they do a budget cut, if they found more revenue, I think, it's either find more revenue or
Well,
cut your
we gotta
budget.
put a stickler on the revenue, because if the jail gives us revenue and then we don't get it, that harmed us
Well,
just as
yeah,
much.
No, but sometimes we've kind of found some revenue that wasn't.
Well, and I think that's a really good question. I mean, that's a big anomaly with the sheriff, right? And you forecasted 2 million in revenue, and today you've only got 800,000. So we're missing, over $2 million. Yeah, $1 million bucks. Are you still going to get that at the end of the year, or do you have a revenue shortfall, and if so, why? So that's the question Gary needs to answer, because that would change the dynamic a bit. Am I right?
Because my revenues look like they're short, but then I have some big ones that happen this month and next month. So I'm still prepared on mine.
Let me ask that question again. If I talk to the sheriff's department tomorrow and they say, oh, yes, we're incorrect. We're actually at 1.4 million and we expect to hit that $2 million number. That changes this a lot.
Yes, for the year-end balance.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like, tell us what your projected revenues are gonna be as well. You told us this,
Yes.
what is it gonna be? Because that's just as big a factor as the expense side.
Okay, Rob, are you good going forward with asking for a 2% reduction, Kevin?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah, but I missed when you guys were doing your cuts and got down to 4 million. So I'll follow up with
Really done
Tom.
any cuts. I did the little parallel of the revenue, and there was a $3 million, we didn't do the transfer from the 0.3%, the 3 million. So instead of in 2025, since it didn't happen, we're putting in the 2026 budget. And so that's what did the significant drop.
From the 117 jail fund.
So the 3 million, that was the accumulative of the years, never was transferred for
Correct.
25.
Yes,
Correct.
because we were trying to be under our cap.
So hopefully they don't spend it. But it looks like we
Don't
have
tell
some
them.
revenue. So can Caitlin or Barb, can somebody get that letter out today or tomorrow, first thing?
And suggest the current expense funds.
Yeah.
Do you want a letter signed by the board, or do you want us to just send it out in an email on behalf of the commissioners?
You can send it on email on behalf of the commissioners, and the deadline needs to be the 26th. And get it to Mandy.
5 p.m. on the 26th?
Well, it'd
So
be
what
nice if
is
it
the
was
revenues
noon.
that
Mandy, when do you want
jail
it?
said they were gonna give us next year?
Mandy?
I'm sorry, what?
Is 5 p.m. if they get it to you before 5 p.m. Then you would have a few days in December that you could calculate those.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, the sooner the better, but if they don't cut it, we will. Cutting somebody else's budget.
So I was looking for, what is the jail revenue budgeted for 26?
5,070,000.
That is now up to date with the $3 million transfers. There are 2 million. Largest, I have half a million in Live Nation.
If Live Nation is sort of like a pass-through, and Live Nation was less this year, then our expenses should have been less as well for Live Nation. And so they should have had a reduction in their budget on that expense category.
Maybe we'll see it.
That's in jail? Jail revenues is Live Nation?
No, it's sheriff.
That should be sheriff.
Oh, oops.
Okay, I've got a 5:30, 5 o'clock or 5:30, might be 5 o'clock FFA meeting.
Somebody got their delinquent postcards out and we're getting a lot of phone calls.
Okay.
So to recap, so we're working on that letter. It's gonna go out on behalf of the commissioners. You can put it on, if you want, the commissioners, you can put it on behalf of the commissioners and the county administrator, and then they can.
Have any questions, ask Tom.
So, well, I mean, I can,
Actually,
it's easier for them to call me.
Actually, I'd rather, in a way, I'd rather have them talk to you than bother Mandy.
Okay.
Exactly. I would agree with that. So,
But you can't take the heat for asking for.
I'm not taking.
No,
any-
no,
I'm not
no,
taking
you-
any
Yeah,
heat.
question.
There's no heat in a reality check. It's just that's where
It's
we
just a
are.
reality of it.
So, epiphany right there. What happened?
You get your water.
You had me add that 2 million to jail revenue? That
it
was,
already in there?
that was their actuals for a year.
They already have that 3 million in there?
No, it was their actuals.
I'm missing it.
Their budget's only 120,000.
So
if
now
we jump
we're
it
back
up-
to 6 million?
So instead of 2.7 million, it's only supposed to be 120 million
120,000?
for the revenue. So this is revenue report. You're saying they budgeted 2.7, 2.8?
No, they budgeted for 2025, yeah, but not 2026. She had me put 2025's in.
So what's that $2 million at the bottom? Transfer in.
Transfer in, that's for the money from the what do you call it?
So the transfer was made.
No, it wasn't made, it was budgeted.
It was budgeted.
It was
but we haven't-
budgeted.
And they're not over.
They're not
But they're
over.
only budgeting
You don't need it.
$120,000 for next year for the jail revenue.
Okay, so we need to,
That's nothing.
Okay, so that's why they need to look at their budget again, because obviously there's a mistake somewhere. There has to be.
Well, no, well, the difference is explained. They have the 2 million, well, of their 2,070,000, 2 million of it is expecting a transfer from 117 into the fund.
okay, so they,
They budgeted the 2 million. And so now you're not having
but if they
that.
don't get it, we're still at,
So we're not getting any,
6.3,
So we're not at 4 million.
no.
but then they are at 800 and something million.
I still need to ask the question.
Right, because they're at 826.
but
and they
Daryl, if
budgeted
we needed to
120.
put another million, because that 3 million should have come out this year. If we need to take $1 million out, I hate to do it, but let's just see what the cuts.
Well, actually, you should almost look at this as a success, the jail's a success number. Because right now, you have 826 as year to date, and they only budgeted 120,000. And then without that transfer. So they already got 700,000 plus of revenues. That why, if they got 700,000 that much, why are they down so much for next year?
Invite them in and ask them the question.
Let's just make them redo their budget and bring us back to the correct one.
Okay, yeah, I don't know where they're getting that.
114. Let's see.
But we still have the 3 million.
That could be.
See, that's why I just don't think there actually is much effort being spent on what the potential revenues are and taking a
Well,
look
it'd be
at
more
what
than
happened.
3,120, because if they brought in, it would be 4 million for,
If
because
they're
they're bringing
120
in probably
without
$1
the 2
million.
million, and
So
they brought-
put 4 million in for the jail revenue for 2020.
But they're at 826 this year, 826,000, and they budget 120 without that transfer. That's 700,000 more. So why isn't we getting the 700,000 next year?
I don't know, but we can put it in as $1 million.
And
So it'll be 4 million even instead of 3.1 million.
Because if they're losing money on revenues, then why are we getting this jail? If they're gonna just continue to lose money? Because that's supposed to not lose money, at least
Okay.
stay neutral.
Two completely different questions.
Yeah, I know.
Why are we giving them this jail? Because 62% of Grant County citizens voted for it. And we have a crime problem in Grant County, and we don't have a place to house them, so that's why we're gonna.
But it shouldn't be.
Mandy, on the 115, can you put the revenue up to 4 million?
Managing funds is a different.
So for what?
4 million, just 4 million even.
Okay.
But
Because we'll
I'd
have
be
the 3
curious
million
on the
transfer
jail
and the
revenues
1
over the
million revenue
years
they already
Aye,
of what they got in the past, in the previous years.
Which is
And
at
then say
5.5.
why 120 now.
All right, I need to keep moving.
I think there's money there.
Make the recommendation that we come back to this tomorrow,
Yes.
since.
Yep, we have a meeting at,
Why are the 2025 transfers being rolled to 26? Why aren't they made in 25?
they won't need to.
We typically don't make them till end of the year, just in case where they're not necessary if the expenses didn't reach that level, so that they can be maintained in the fund that they were originally coming from. And so this one hasn't been made yet, and it might not be necessary.
Fiscally prudent not to make it.
Yeah.
Now, here's a reason why you do it earlier. When you move it from the 117 to current expense, all the interest income on that money stops going to 117 and starts going to current expense.
But I want it.
No, I want it in current expense. So I say, I agree with Rob that we should be doing it this year.
I'm not in disagreement with you on that. I'm just, yeah.
Well, then we have a bigger carryover. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving.
So
We have 2 budget meetings. We have budget and finance tomorrow. And then we have the
That's
budget
right.
meeting from 1 to 2.
I gotta send you my report.
But I don't know if we're gonna actually have a lot of numbers because we need to have the input from everybody else.
But
But
I
it'd
would
be a good
suggest,
time for us to work on our budget.
I would suggest you invite the sheriff to talk about his budget and maybe try and drill down into the revenue forecasts and what we can realistically expect. Well, and yeah.
I concur.
Well, hopefully with the letter going out today, that they will look at their budget again and make sure that it's correct. See.
I don't even see any revenues for
Because
jail.
aren't they, when you have major changes in revenue, aren't you supposed to provide a comment why on the budget process?
So are we asking the chair online to close this meeting then and recess?
Well, you guys, I now have 2 commissioners. I have Rob and Kevin can keep moving, but I think we're all probably done here.
Yeah,
Rob,
I
you
think
wanna
Rob's
close?
ready to go too.
Yeah, so we're gonna recess until tomorrow.
Tom, can you come up here when you're done there, please?
Love to.
Thanks.
Are we good to recess then?
Yep.
All right, it's 4:38 and we will be going into recess until we're back in session on Tuesday.
I don't know if that's the right number, Daryl.